Chapter 435. Over the next 2 days, Song Qingshu concentrated on his closed-door training and consciously adjusted his state to the peak. Finally, the Golden Snake competition began. The Golden Snake competition was held in a drill ground on the main peak of the Golden Snake camp. In the middle of the field was a square platform of several square feet, which was probably the place where the candidates would compete. There was a circle of seats around the platform, which was used to accommodate the many sects and martial artists who came to watch the competition. The distance between the seats and the platform was neither too far nor too close, so that the guests in the seats would not be accidentally hurt by the competition in the arena, and also to prevent these martial artists from affecting the competition in the arena. Jianghu had always been a place of seniority, so the main seats were naturally reserved for famous sects such as Shaolin, Wudong, Beggar Sect, and Chongyang Palace. For some reason, Xia Qingqing deliberately arranged Song Qingshu's seat among these main seats. Xia Qingqing was the nominal leader of the Golden Snake camp. Because she was the widow of the former Golden Snake King, it was naturally inconvenient for her to be with Song Qingshu in public. However, she did not want to be too far away from Song Qingshu, so she used her official position for her private interests and arranged for Song Qingshu to also be in this main tent. The leaders of the other mountains knew that Song Qingshu was the person nominated by Xia Qingqing, so they naturally turned a blind eye to it. Some even had the thought of waiting for Song Qingshu to make a fool of himself. After all, a stranger standing among the Shaolin and Wudong messengers was really an eyesore. Song Qingshu came very early. There were a few people sitting in the field, and most of the martial artists were still entering. As the former princess of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yaoyao's identity was quite sensitive, so she covered her face with a thin veil, revealing only a pair of beautiful eyes that seemed to be able to speak. Wherever she passed by, people would speculate about the background of this fairy-like figure. Seeing Xing Rou following behind Zhu Yanrui with a cautious look, Song Qingshu could not help laughing. Rou, don't be so restrained. Audiobook is not an outsider. You are so respectful as if you are serving your master. A young girl's mind was swayed by personal gains and losses. Song Qingshu was worried that by calling her Miss Xing, he would sound too distant and make her sad. Noticing the change in the way he addressed her, Xing Rou blushed slightly and smiled sheepishly. The 9th princess is highly skilled in martial arts. How could she have an ordinary disciple like me? Zhu Haiyan took her hand and said, I am no longer a princess. Besides, we will be a family in the future. Let's call each other sisters. Xing Rou lowered her head and nodded, obviously excited. Speaking of disciples, I do have a disciple as old as younger sister Rou. Zhu Yui suddenly thought of something and laughed while covering her mouth. Isn't that about the same age as you? What kind of idiot would want to defeat you as his master? It can't be a man, right? Song Qingshu's expression was a little ugly. In his opinion, the only explanation was that a man had taken a fancy to a Jiu and was using the opportunity of becoming her disciple to get close to her. What are you thinking? Of course it's a woman. Zhu Yui blushed. Not only is it a woman, but it's also an outstanding beauty. The next time I see her, I'll introduce her to you. Song Qingshu was stunned. Why do I feel so nervous? When did you become a pimp? You're the pimp. Zhu Yui couldn't help but punch him. My disciple has a special identity. I really can't like her. A light flashed in Song Qingshu's mind and he blurted out, Your disciple isn't Aku, right? How do you know? It was Zhu Yui's turn to be surprised. It turned out that on that day, Zhu Yui was angry that Wu Sangue betrayed his master for glory and betrayed his country, so she sneaked into the Shanhai Pass Prince Ping Shi's mansion to assassinate him. However, Wu Sangue knew that he was the public enemy of all the Han people in the world, so the defense of his mansion was like an iron bucket. Zhu Yui really couldn't find an opportunity to take advantage of. When she was about to retreat, she accidentally ran into a little girl with pink makeup in the prince's mansion. Jiu had seen the beautiful Chun Yuan in the past, and this little girl was carved from the same mold as Chun Yuan. She didn't need to ask to know that this person must be Wu Sanggui's daughter. Aku, who had been locked in the prince's mansion since she was a child, had always been full of yearning for the outside world and martial arts. When she saw a Jiu in white fluttering down from the sky, she was immediately shocked and immediately pestered to worship a Jiu as her master. A Jiu, who was going to kidnap her, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing the little girl's innocent appearance, he couldn't harden his heart and finally became her master. However, after waking up, a Jiu remembered the identity of her parents and really couldn't be kind to Aku, so he carelessly taught her some martial arts and then floated away. Because a Jiu's qigong was superb and Aku had always been tight-lipped, other than the two of them, no one in Ping Shi Huang's mansion knew about this relationship. Naturally, a Jiu was very surprised that Song Qingshu knew about it. After a moment of carelessness, Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile awkwardly. He couldn't possibly fool her with some all-knowing man in Jianghu. This kind of extremely private matter, it was impossible for the all-knowing man to know. Actually, I know Aku, she told me. You two know each other. Although there was a veil covering his face, Song Qingshu could still feel the strange expression on a Jiu's face. In this world, is there a beautiful woman that you don't know? There is, such as that one over there. Song Qingshu smiled and pointed to a young girl with an excited expression not far away. A Jiu followed his gaze and saw a young girl wearing a light red silk robe with a string of pearls hanging around her neck. Her complexion was incomparably white and tender, like cream that seemed to be dripping water. Her eyes were flowing and her elegant eyebrows were slender. Even though she was conceited about her beauty, she had to admit that this young girl's appearance was absolutely beautiful, not inferior to her own. Song Qingshu was baffled. The seats of honor were not for the emissaries of the famous sex, but for the candidates recommended by the leaders of Golden Snake Camp. This young girl was only in her teens, so how could she be here? There seemed to be a familiar feeling between the young girl's eyebrows. Where had he seen her before? But this was clearly impossible. His memory couldn't be so bad, so how could he not remember someone he had seen before? Seeming to notice Song Qingshu's gaze, the young girl turned her head and glared at him. She couldn't help but snort, but she noticed the two women at his side and couldn't help but be stunned. Following the young girl's cold snort, the two youths around her seemed to have received a signal, and they quietly said, "Where did this lecture come from?" Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. He didn't explain any further and directly found his seat to sit down. With his current status and martial arts, he naturally wouldn't make things difficult for this kind of junior. "Hey, which sect are you from? How can you sit here?" The young girl saw that he was ignoring her and couldn't help but be a bit angry. She never understood etiquette. In fact, she didn't have any evil intentions in asking this question. She simply wanted to know Song Qingshu's identity. But with her careless words, it sounded more like she was rebuking Song Qingshu for not having the qualifications to sit here. A Jiu's elegant eyebrows furrowed. Even Xing Ro, who was at the side, looked indignantly at the young girl walking over. "Whether I can sit here or not, do I need your approval?" Song Qingshu smiled faintly. "Of course it's related. What if a Manchurian spy sneaked in?" The young girl replied as if it was a matter of fact. This time, even the faces of the two companions next to her were a bit embarrassed. They thought to themselves, which spy would be so stupid as to choose such an eye-catching position? The young girl tilted her head and continued to say, "I have a bit of an impression of the disciples of the famous Orthodox sects, but I've never seen you before." "What, you've seen the disciples of the famous Orthodox sects?" Song Qingshu laughed. "Of course," the young girl proudly puffed out her chest like a proud little rooster. "My father is—" Before the young girl finished speaking, she was interrupted by a cold male voice. "I haven't seen you for a long time, but you're still the same, always showing off your parents. You haven't improved at all." The young girl's face immediately flushed red. She turned around and was about to scold him, but when she saw the appearance of the person clearly, the young girl looked as if she had seen a ghost. Her originally white and rosy skin suddenly lost all color and became incomparably pale. Yang Song Qinshu had long known that an expert had come. His breathing was long, but for some reason, his footsteps were a bit heavy. At this time, he took the opportunity to look back and saw a delicate and handsome face with sword-like eyebrows and powerful phoenix eyes. But his face was pale and he looked haggard. There was a dark heavy sword tied to his back, and the empty sleeve on his right arm was particularly eye-catching. Such an obvious characteristic, who else could it be other than Yang Guo? Song Qinshu also immediately understood the identity of the young girl just now. She was so beautiful and so aggressive, like a mouse seeing a cat when it saw Yang Guo. Of course, it was Lady Guo. No wonder he felt that she looked familiar. Back in Jiangling's Lingtue residence, he had seen Huang Rong. This pair of mother and daughter looked about 70 to 80% similar, but now Huang Rong showed more of the bright charm of a mature woman, while Guofu showed more of an inexperienced youth. Their appearances were obviously similar, but their temperaments were completely different. No wonder he couldn't remember. Back then, after his meridians had recovered, he had specially gone to the Divine Eagle Valley in order to search for the relics of the martial arts world. Unfortunately, the heavy sword had disappeared, so he had taken the wooden sword. Now the heavy sword was in Yang Guo's hands. It seemed that Yang Guo's hand had been cut off by Guofu last year. Yang Guo is indeed handsome. This young master is known as the Jade Face Mengchong, but compared to him, I'm still lacking. That temperament that can make a moth fly into a flame. Song Qinshu sighed as he called out to the two girls beside him. Ajio and Roer, do you think this man is handsome? Xingro blushed and lowered her head in silence. On the contrary, Zhu Xiaoyao raised her eyebrows and said, Do you think I'm the kind of woman who will change her mind when she sees someone else? Song Qinshu was just joking, but seeing her fierce reaction, he realized that this world valued the ethics of chastity very much. He was about to apologize to her when he saw an embarrassed smile on her face. But he is indeed very good-looking. Chapter 436. Text online reading site domain mobile phone reading. Please visit. Song Qinshu did not look unhappy at all. Instead, he said excitedly, You don't know how charming he is. Once you meet Yang Guo, you'll regret your whole life. Many girls won't marry him for the rest of their lives. Is it really that exaggerated? Zhu Xiaoyi looked incredulous. Xingro looked disappointed. So, he's a playboy. Song Qinshu held his breath and smiled awkwardly. He's not a playboy. He's very infatuated and only loves one woman in his life. That's why the other women have lifelong regrets. Zhu Yanzi pulled Xingro's hand and said with a mischievous smile, Little Sister Ro, you called him a playboy in front of him. Aren't you making him feel ashamed? Xingro suddenly realized that Song Qinshu's reputation in this area wasn't very good. She said with some embarrassment, Actually, I think he ruined the lives of other women for the sake of his reputation. To be honest, he's really heartless. On the contrary, Big Brother Song, although he is merciful, at least he won't let others live a miserable life. Hearing Xingro, who had always been a bit shy, suddenly say such a thing, a trace of surprise flashed across Zhu Yuanfeng's eyes, and Song Qinshu even grinned. Roar knows me the best, ha ha. Yang Guo, she already apologized to you. What else do you want? Do you think you're the only one who's miserable? I'm miserable too, okay? My father wants to chop off my hand to compensate you. I've been wandering outside for the past year. I can't even go home. I can't eat or sleep well. Guofu suddenly raised her voice. She was clearly very agitated. This Miss Guo really lives up to her reputation. Song Qinshu listened to her words and couldn't help but have a strange expression on his face. She really inherited her mother's stunning beauty in vain. Yang Guo was so angry that he laughed. This is what you call miserable? You should be glad that you're not at home. Otherwise, I would have cut off your arm to take revenge. It turned out that when Yang Guo left the Valley of Condor, the first thing he did was to go to Xiangyang to seek revenge on Guofu. Unfortunately, Guo Jing had wanted to chop off Guofu's hand as an apology to the Yang family. In a panic, Huang Rong had arranged for Guofu to leave Xiangyang. After losing an arm, Yang Guo was sad and couldn't help but feel sorry for himself. Even though he knew that Xiaolong Nu wouldn't look down on him, he was still afraid of meeting Xiaolong Nu. Therefore, he decided to seek revenge on Guofu first, before looking for Xiaolong Nu. However, he didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to find Guofu for a year. Not long ago, he bumped into his adoptive father, Ouyang Feng, and learned a secret from his father's old friend from the Jin Kingdom. While he was shocked, he was persuaded by them to participate in this Golden Snake Convention. Of course, because the Jin Kingdom and the Manchurian Qing dynasty were allies, it was not convenient for Wan Yanliang and the others to show up. Therefore, on the surface, he came to participate alone. However, he was able to be selected because of Wan Yanliang's secret help. Otherwise, the leaders of the Golden Snake Camp wouldn't have let these stragglers participate so easily. Speaking of which, Duan Yanqing, Zhuo Bufan, He Taizhou, and Gongsun Ji were able to become one of the 16 candidates because of Yang Guo. Well, I've had enough of hiding. Today let's fight to the death. Guofu shouted angrily and pulled out her sword to stab Yang Guo. This young mistress Guoshur is reckless. Even before Yang Guo learned how to use the recondite iron heavy sword, he was still a top-notch expert among the younger generation. Do you really think that you can defeat him just because you cut off one of his arms while he was poisoned? Song Qingshu shook his head repeatedly as he watched. I'm afraid this Miss Guo is going to be at a disadvantage, Zhu Yanrui said worriedly. Since Yang Guo could easily win the previous matches, he was definitely not someone a delicate little girl like Guofu could defeat. Don't you have a tender heart for the fairer sex? Can you bear to see such a pretty little girl get her arm cut off? But this Miss Guo is too much. She cut off his arm, and now she doesn't even apologize, Xing Ro said discontentedly. Song Qingshu didn't comment and said lightly, let's see how it goes first. Song Qingshu remembered that in the original work, Yang Guo showed mercy at the end, so there was no need for him to intervene now. Otherwise, it would seem that Yang Guo was a vengeful person. Guofu had been nurtured by famous masters since she was a child. Although her martial arts skills were mediocre due to her limited talent, her stab still had the demeanor of a master. Seeing her sword coming towards him, Yang Guo didn't move at all. He just coldly looked at her. Even if a swordsman lost a finger, his swordsmanship would be greatly reduced, not to mention that Yang Guo's right arm was cut off at the base. To a normal person, his martial arts skills were probably crippled, which was why Guofu dared to draw her sword against him. Just as the tip of her sword was about to hit Yang Guo, Guofu glanced at his empty right sleeve and couldn't help but soften her heart. The tip of her sword subconsciously avoided his vital parts and moved a little to the side. At the same time, Yang Guo also moved. His upper body tilted slightly, and his right sleeve wrapped around Guofu's sharp sword. Guofu felt as if her hand had been struck by lightning. She could no longer hold onto the sword in her hand, and her whole body staggered backwards. Sister Fu! The two youths beside Guofu hurriedly rushed forward to support her. After Guofu steadied herself, the three of them looked forward and saw that Guofu's long sword had been twisted like a fried dough twist. They couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What a strong internal energy! Zhu Yanrui was also surprised. Looking at the two youths beside Guofu, who looked similar, Song Qingshu suddenly realized that these two were Guofu's henchmen, Little Wu. Actually, a year ago, Song Qingshu had seen these two people in the River Tomb Manor. But at that time, Song Qingshu's attention was completely attracted by the beautiful Huang Rong. Naturally, he didn't remember the two ordinary-looking people behind Huang Rong. Seeing Yang Guo approaching step by step, little Wu pulled out his sword and shielded Guofu behind him. "Brother Yang, we owe you a great debt of gratitude, so we shouldn't stop you. But Sister Fu is the only daughter of Master and Master's wife. For the sake of Master and Master's wife, please forgive Sister Fu." Although Yang Guo initially had the idea of cutting off Guofu's hand as revenge, after a long time, his anger had subsided. He originally wanted to humiliate Guofu and then stop. Unfortunately, not long ago, he met Wanyan Liang and Ouyang Feng and learned some old secret. At the same time, he also knew that his father had died at the hands of Guo Jing and Huang Rong. New hatred and old hatred welled up in his heart, and his eyes suddenly turned red. "Get lost!" Seeing Yang Guo approaching with a crazed look in his eyes, little Wu was shocked and hurriedly waved his sword in front of him to block. Clang! With a dragon's cry, the two swords were sent flying several feet away. Little Wu fell to the ground and looked at the dark iron block in Yang Guo's hand in horror. Yang Guo held the black iron sword in his hand and pointed it at Guofu. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he slashed at her right arm. Seeing the black iron sword slashing at her with the rumbling sound of wind and thunder, Guofu seemed to be scared silly. She stood motionless and let Yang Guo's sword slash at her. Bang! The floor under his feet was smashed by the black iron sword. Yang Guo looked gloomily at the man who had rescued Guofu not far away. Guofu finally came back to her senses and found that she was half lying in the arms of the man she had just scolded. A trace of blood finally appeared on her pale face. "Thank you, young master, for saving me." Song Qingshu smiled faintly and held her waist until she stood firm. He handed her over to little Wu, who had hurried over and put his hands behind his back. He smiled and looked at Yang Guo not far away. "You want to save her?" Thinking of the other party's speed, Yang Guo couldn't help but look serious. "Every girl is a gift carefully carved by the heavens to the world. Brother Yang, you are too cruel to destroy a flower." Song Qingshu wondered why Yang Guo didn't smile like in the original work. Seeing that he didn't seem to be holding back, he hurriedly saved Guofu at the critical moment. In this world, Ajia was lucky enough not to suffer the pain of losing his arm. Song Qingshu was glad and naturally didn't want other girls to suffer like this. When it comes to being cruel, who can compare to this Miss Guo? Yang Guo touched his empty sleeves and his expression turned fierce. "Your martial arts are very high, but if you want to stop me from taking revenge, don't blame my heavy sword for being impolite." Song Qingshu waved his hand. "Brother Yang, you misunderstand. I don't want to stop you from taking revenge." Guofu's face paled when she heard this. Yang Guo was even more puzzled. "If you don't want to stop me from taking revenge, then why did you save her?" Song Qingshu didn't explain. Instead, he asked, "Brother Yang, let me ask you a question. After you cut off Miss Guo's arm, can your arm grow back?" "Of course not." Yang Guo's face turned red and white. He said angrily, "Are you making fun of me?" "Brother Yang, don't misunderstand," Song Qingshu smiled faintly. "I'm just suggesting that Brother Yang improve the way you take revenge. Since cutting off Miss Guo's arm is harming others without benefiting yourself, why not choose a more beneficial way?" Yang Guo frowned. "I'd like to hear the details." Song Qing glanced at Guofu next to him and said with a smile, "Although I dare not compliment this Miss Guo's temper, her appearance is 1 in a million. Brother Yang can take her back to be a servant girl to warm your bed. Not only will you be able to get your revenge, but you will also be able to obtain tangible benefit." Shameless! Guofu was shocked and angry. She was so angry that her whole body trembled. Yang Guo snorted. "I already have someone I like. Whether in terms of appearance or personality, she's 100 times better than this one." There's no need for you to worry. Hearing Song Qingshu's suggestion, Guofu was already angry enough. When she saw that Yang Guo didn't even spare a glance at her, she felt like her lungs were about to explode. Seeing that Yang Guo was unmoved, Song Qingshu was startled at first, but he quickly recovered and said with a playful smile, "As far as I know, this Miss Guo's mother has always hated Brother Yang. Because of this, Brother Yang has suffered a lot, so it's only natural that he would hate gang leader Huang. No matter how bad this Miss Guo is, there's one good thing about her, and that is that her appearance is 70 to 80% similar to that sect Master Huang. Brother Yang, when you're warming her bed, you can make up for it with your imagination. Wouldn't you be able to vent your resentment for so many years?" The fastest update, read please. Chapter 437. Yang Guo opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. He was obviously shocked by Song Qingshu's ingenious suggestion. However, he couldn't help but compare Guofu's and Huang Rong's appearances in his mind. They were indeed carved from the same mold. Yang Guo's face couldn't help but turn red. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. "You were really persuaded by me?" Seeing Yang Guo leave so easily, it was Song Qingshu's turn to be shocked. "You shameless pervert?" Guofu finally regained her anger after Yang Guo left. She couldn't help but glare at Song Qingshu angrily. Song Qingshu shrugged. "Miss Guo, you're too heartless. I just saved your life, and you're biting the hand that feeds you. Who needs you to save me?" Guofu's face turned red when she thought about what he said just now. "Fu don't be rude." A gentle female voice came from behind. Song Qingshu turned around and saw a charming young woman standing not far away. Who else could it be but Huang Rong? "Mother, this person bullied me." Guofu threw herself into Huang Rong's arms and acted like a spoiled child. She opened her mouth but was too embarrassed to say what Song Qingshu had said about her and her mother. Huang Rong also had a strange expression on her face. She had heard every word of what had been said. She looked at the young man in front of her and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Song Xiaoxia, we meet again." Song Qingshu thought that no wonder Yang Guo left so easily. He had noticed Huang Rong. With his proud personality, he naturally didn't want to face Aunt Guo of the past. Seeing Huang Rong speak, Song Qingshu slowly replied, "Greetings, Madame Guo. I haven't seen you for a long time, but you're still as beautiful as ever." Huang Rong was startled. Ever since she got married, the people of Jianghu respected her and her husband. They usually used words and sentences with great respect. They either praised her for her beauty or praised her wit. For more than 10 years, it seemed that no one had praised her beauty to her face. She did not expect that she would be praised by a young man today. Which girl didn't like to hear flattery? Huang Rong seemed to recall all the things that happened during her teenage years. A faint blush appeared on her face, making her look even more beautiful. But thinking of Song Qingshu's vulgar words, Huang Rong quickly came back to her senses. She secretly spat in her heart. "This little bastard, I caught him in the act, but he doesn't even have a trace of shame." But with Huang Rong's current status, it wasn't convenient for her to make things difficult for a young man. Moreover, what Song Qingshu said was too shameless. Huang Rong blushed. She naturally didn't want to pursue it. In order to save you, Song Xiaoxia used his wits instead of his strength. Sure enough, heroes come from the young. Seeing Huang Rong's depressed face, but still pretending to be polite, Song Qingshu's heart bloomed with joy. But thinking that this woman couldn't afford to be taken advantage of, he quickly put on a serious expression and said, "Xiangyang's military affairs are busy. How did Madame Guo find the time to come to Shandong, which is thousands of miles away?" Huang Rong smiled slightly. It seems that Song Xiaoxia's news is not very smooth. Now that Mongolia and the imperial court have peace talks, Xiangyang will temporarily stop fighting. It just so happens that the Golden Snake Camp invited me to organize this Golden Snake meeting, so I came out to relax. Song Xiaoxia saved this time, but I can't repay him. Thinking about it, Song Xiaoxiao will also be participating in this competition. As long as it doesn't violate the rules of the competition, I will take good care of Song Xiaoxia. Song Qingshu had been recuperating in seclusion during this time. Xia Qingqing and Audiobook, other than analyzing the opponents, didn't tell him other trivial matters of the Golden Snake meeting, so he didn't know that Huang Rong was hosting this meeting. After all, in terms of martial arts and reputation, the heads of Shaolin, Wudong, and Chongyang Palace were definitely enough. But those people had a lot of misgivings and might not be able to support the Golden Snake camp so clearly. As for the remaining people, the most suitable were Guo Jing and Huang Rong. After receiving the invitation from the Golden Snake camp, Huang Rong was extremely moved because Guo Fu had been away from home for almost a year. She wanted to take the opportunity to see her daughter. Guo Jing had to stay in Xiangyang to guard against the Mongolians. Huang Rong looked regretful, but she was overjoyed. After all, Guo Jing had threatened to cut off Guo Fu's arm as compensation to Yang Guo. With him around, it wouldn't be so convenient for her to see Guo Fu. For the past year, Huang Rong had been paying attention to her daughter's life, so it didn't take long to find Guo Fu. When Guo Fu saw her, she cried like a tearful person, so Huang Rong took her to the Golden Snake meeting to let her relax. She had been discussing the meeting with the mountain leaders of the Golden Snake camp, so she let Guo Fu sit in her seat for a while. Who knew that she would be so unlucky as to run into Yang Guo? Song Qingshu was a little scared by her smile. She said she would take care of him, but in fact, she must have hated him for what he had just said. She wanted to make things difficult for him, so he casually said a few words and went back to his seat. Song Qingshu, what you said just now was a bit vulgar. When he sat down, Zhu Mang couldn't help but say this with a red face. Xingro nodded like a chick pecking rice, obviously agreeing with Audiobook. Because I don't like this mother and daughter. Most of Brother Yang's suffering in his life is because of this weird mother and daughter, Song Qingshu whispered with a smile. Since you want to get along with Yang Guo, why did you save Miss Guo just now? Zhu Mang asked curiously. Because she's really beautiful. It's a pity to have one of her hands cut off. Song Qingshu said seriously. He couldn't tell Zhu Baohua that in another time and space, her hand was also cut off, right? Isn't it enough to have a fairy-like person like Sister Audiobook? You're still thinking about other girls? A cold voice came from behind. It turned out that Zhou Zhiruo was leading the Amei sect's disciples to their seat. Whether it was intentional or not, Zhou Zhiruo's seat was next to Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu's face was gloomy. He didn't know what kind of bad luck he had today, but he was caught red-handed every time. Zhu Mang said in a sweet voice, Audiobook is no match for sister. Although the Ming dynasty had fallen, Audiobook was still a princess. Every time they met, she was so gentle, which made Zhou Zhiruo feel embarrassed. A gentle smile finally appeared on her cold face. She pulled Zhu Mang aside and whispered to each other, leaving Song Qingshu to the side. 3 monks have no water to drink. My Ruru is the best. Song Qingshu took Xingrou's small hand. Just like her name, her hand was soft and smooth. Xingrou shivered, but for some reason, she didn't resist. He really is a pervert. Guo Fu, who was not far away, couldn't help but snort when she saw this. Hearing her voice, Zhou Zhiruo and Zhu Mang also turned around and stared at the two with a faint smile. Xingrou's small hand suddenly retracted, and her face immediately turned red. Don't talk nonsense. Huang Rong covered her daughter's mouth with a headache. This precious daughter of hers was really a troublemaker. His wife was next to him, and Guo Fu's words had also scolded the Amei sect. Song Qingshu smiled and didn't lower himself to Guo Fu's level. But he knew that Xingrou had always been shy, and it was probably impossible to pull her away. Moreover, Zhou Zhiruo and Zhu Mang tacitly ignored him, so he could only focus on the other sections. Mother, what's the background of that pervert? How did he manage to sneak into the seats of honor? Guofu was filled with anger when she saw Song Qingshu looking around. In the past year, no one in the Jianghu was more famous than him, Huang Rong sighed. When they met by chance in the Jiangling prefecture, he seemed to be a sickly man with broken meridians. She didn't expect that he would become a world-famous top martial artist in such a short time. In the past year, the most famous person was obviously Song Qingshu. Guofu pouted discontentedly. During this time, she had been hiding everywhere. Whether it was the food or the place she lived in, they were all far from home. The only fun she had was listening to the stories of the Jianghu told by the storytellers in the inn. These storytellers were more or less related to the Five Lakes sect, so they naturally boasted about Song Qingshu. Guofu's beautiful eyes lit up as she listened, and her heart was full of curiosity about this legendary hero. Guofu's expression suddenly changed. "Mother, you just called him Song Xiaoxia. Is it really him? How could that great hero be such a pervert?" "Great hero?" Huang Rong was surprised. Guofu tightly pursed her lips, not saying a word as she stared at Song Qingshu, who was not far away. Noticing Guofu's gaze, Song Qingshu was confused. "Even if you think I'm handsome, you don't have to keep staring at me like this, right? I feel embarrassed." "Brother Song." An eager voice came to his ears. Song Qingshu looked back and saw a group of people from the Mu Palace walking over in a hurry. He quickly returned the salute and said, "Little Duke Mu. Brother Song, thank you for your help the other day." Mu Jianxing's eyes suddenly moved to Zhu Mingai, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Although she was covered with a layer of gauze, at such a close distance, the gauze could not cover her appearance. Mu Jianxing from the Skywave Mansion greets Princess Chongping. Seeing Mu Jianxing suddenly kneel, the people of the Mu Palace immediately followed. "Get up, please." Zhu Mingai quickly raised his hand to help them up. The Mu Palace has been loyal to the country for generations. Now that the Ming dynasty has passed, you are still unswervingly fighting against the Qing dynasty and restoring the Ming dynasty. Ajiu thanks you on behalf of my father. I dare not. Mu Jianxing and the others stood up with expressions that were obviously extremely excited. The late emperor's bloodline has been preserved. It's truly the blessing of the great ancestor. There are too many people here. It's not a good place to talk. Zhu Yong stood up and looked at Song Qingshu hesitantly. "Song Qingshu, I want to take them to the quiet room in the back to talk." A trace of surprise flashed across Mu Jianxing's face when he heard how Zhu Xiaoyi addressed Song Qingshu, and Fang Yi's expression was even more complicated. "It's okay, you guys go. Zhiruo is here to take care of things." Song Qingshu smiled and waved his hand. Their identities were somewhat shameful. Naturally, it was more convenient to find a place with no one around to talk. Not far away, Huang Rong's eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. She knew the little Duke of Mu Palace, but she really did not expect that someone of his status would actually kneel to the womenfolk around Song Qingshu. This Song Qingshu seemed to be quite capable. Our 1058 The fastest update, read please. Chapter 438. Looking at Fang Yi's resentful eyes when she left, Song Qingshu's heart trembled. This woman's luck in love has turned into a disaster of love. Icy Snow and Miao Rulin had been waiting in an inn in a nearby town. A few days ago, Song Qingshu wanted to take them up the mountain. Icy Snow had agreed, but when she heard that Zhou Zhiruo was also there, she refused to go up the mountain no matter what. It turned out that Zhou Zhiruo and Icy Snow were hiding in Ping Yiji's room. Icy Snow was a mistress, so she couldn't bring herself to face Zhou Zhiruo, the legal wife. She happened to hear that Miao Rulin's mother, Nan Lan, was in Yanjing City, so she volunteered to take Miao Rulin to see her mother first. Song Qingshu was very reluctant, but Icy Snow had made up her mind. Song Qingshu didn't want to force her, so he let her be. Not long after Ajiu led the people of Mu Palace away, Song Qingshu was sighing. Chen Jinan led a group of people of Tiandi Hui and happened to pass by. Seeing Song Qingshu, his eyes lit up. He let the people of Tiandi Hui find a place to sit first, and he walked towards Song Qingshu from a distance. I haven't seen you for several months. Prince Song is still as elegant as before. Chen Jinan cupped his hands and smiled. When Song Qingshu rescued Wei Xiaobao from the hands of Blood Knife Ancestor and others with him, he felt indebted to him. Not long ago, he heard of Song Qingshu's feat of assassinating Kangxi, and he admired him even more. So when he saw Song Qingshu, he couldn't help but come over to greet him. "You're welcome, head." Song Qingshu hurriedly smiled and stood up to return the greeting. After chatting for a while, Chen Jinan suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Is there any grudge between Prince Song and Red Flower Society?" Song Qingshu was stunned. Only then did he remember that Tiandi Association and Safflower Society had always been close to each other. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. "When I was undercover in the Forbidden City, I happened to obstruct the assassination of the Safflower Society." Chen Jinan's countenance was strange. Why did Gongzi stop them at that time? I heard that at that time they were about to kill the Tatar emperor. As the Zongduozu of Tiandi Hui, he was very clear about the situation in the Forbidden City that day. At that time, the Red Flower Society was obviously about to succeed, but Song Qingshu made a move to stop them. As a result, this time Song Qingshu himself went to assassinate Kangxi, but instead he failed. Chen Jinan could not help but be suspicious. Song Qingshu's heart went cold, but he didn't show it on his face. "Zongduozu, you may not know this, but that time I wasn't trying to stop the Red Flower Society, I was trying to save them." "Oh." Chen Jinan's expression changed. "I'd like to hear the details." Song Qingshu cleared his throat and began to talk nonsense. "During the time I was undercover in the Qing Palace, I found out that Kangxi had not only a group of top-notch secret guards in Jianghu. Zongduozu should have heard of Yu Zhenzi's name, right?" Chen Jinan nodded. "He was a guest of Prince Bao's mansion, and many experts of Tiandi Hui and Red Flower Society fell in the hands of this evil Taoist priest. An expert like Yu Zhenzi, the leader of those secret guards, I think he was called Wei Mo or something, was able to kill him in one move. From this, one can imagine how high the martial arts of those secret guards are." Song Qingshu was 70% true and 30% false. "I, Chen, originally thought that the secret guards were just groundless rumors. I didn't expect it to be true. As the Zongduozu of Tiandi Hui, Chen Jinan had more or less heard of the existence of this unit. Isn't that so?" Song Qingshu nodded and continued to spout nonsense. "It's fine if this group of people don't make a move, but once they do, they won't leave anyone alive because they want to protect the secret of their identity. At that time, on the surface, the Red Flower Society was about to succeed in their assassination, but in reality, I noticed that those secret guards were already preparing to make a move. I knew in my heart that if they had made a move, the entire Red Flower Society would have been wiped out, so I had no choice but to make the first move. Even though I sacrificed the lives of a few leaders of the Red Flower Society, I managed to save the lives of most of the leaders. Later on, I secretly rescued them from the heavenly prison. At that time, those leaders were indeed rescued from the heavenly prison by you, but..." Chen Jinan nodded inwardly. Suddenly, he changed the topic. His expression was strange. "According to Fourth Master One, you seem to have used this as a hostage to forcibly take his wife?" Song Qingshu knew in his heart that the Red Flower Society hated him to the bone. They would certainly splash dirty water on him whenever they had the chance. Moreover, this was not an unjust accusation. Thinking of Luo Bing's snow-white body and her seductive demeanor, Song Qingshu's lower abdomen warmed. He wondered how she was doing after she returned home with that girl Li Yuanji. Song Qingshu quickly came back to his senses. Seeing that Chen Jinan was still waiting for his reply, he promptly explained, That dog of an emperor, Kangxi, is very astute. How could he not know about the slightest disturbance in the palace? I had no choice but to pretend that I had dared to release the Red Flower Society because I was greedy for their beauty. Kangxi remembered my past meritorious service, so he turned a blind eye to it. So that's how it is. It seems that it was indeed very thrilling at that time. Chen Jinan suddenly understood. But soon after, a trace of puzzlement appeared on his face. Each has its own reasons. You only need to explain to the leaders of the Red Flower Society, and it will be clear why the situation in Xingjing City turned out to be like that. Chen Jinan sighed inwardly. Song Qingshu had killed Taoist Wu Chen, Yu Yutong, and several other leaders of the Red Flower Society. They had already formed an irreconcilable enmity with each other. Thinking that both sides were originally anti-Qing loyalists, but they had started to have internal strife first, it was really painful for the close ones to grieve and the enemy to rejoice. Song Qingshu faintly sighed. Zhang Duozu Chen is a gentleman. Song Mao would never do something like speaking ill of people behind their back. But I am worried that I will always hide and be harmed by scoundrels, so I have to remind you. What do you mean? Chen Jinan was greatly shocked. Zhang Duozu, do you know that the Red Flower Society's Yuanting did not die? He actually wanted his son to be the emperor. Song Qingshu roughly explained Yuanting's conspiracy. Is this true? Chen Jinan was incomparably shocked. This was what Yu Yutong told me before he died. Song Qingshu then explained how Yu Yutong had been silenced by Yuanting. The truth and wrongs of this matter, Zhang Duozu will find out once he investigates according to those clues. Yuanting had imitated Lu Bui, scheming to gift his lover to the Prince of Yong as a Fujin, allowing his son to take the place of the Aizen Joro bloodline. This scheme was indeed flawless. However, as long as one knew the ins and outs of the matter, one would be able to find some clues if they were to investigate. Whether it was Heining's Qian family, Heining's Chen family, or even Hong Li's birth mother, Qian Zhenhuan, who was later adopted as the daughter of the bordered Yellow Banner's minister Ling Zhu and changed her surname to the Nihula clan, with the Tian Di Hui's influence, they would definitely be able to find some clues. All right, I will investigate this matter. The Red Flower Society and Song Qingshu each insisted on their own version of events, but Chen Jinan unconsciously believed Song Qingshu's side. Immediately, he was bewildered and uncertain. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered something and turned around to warn, Prince Song, you must be careful. This time, the Red Flower Society has used Qin Jialuo's master, Yuan Shishao, to find a top-notch expert from the Kunlun Mountains. I'm afraid that he will be detrimental to young master. Song Qingshu did not mind. What kind of expert could the Red Flower Society find? However, with Chen Jinan's good intentions, it was not good to ignore him too much. May I know the name of that expert? I think he's called Ah Qing. Chen Jinan thought for a moment before casually replying. Our 1058 updated as soon as possible. Chapter 439. Song Qingshu's ears seemed to be struck by lightning. Ah Qing? What virtue or ability does Yuan Shishao have to invite her? Chen Jinan shook his head. I don't know, but that girl seemed to call Yuan Shishao Eunuch Yuan. Even after Chen Jinan left, Song Qingshu didn't notice. Eunuch Yuan? F***CK. That white ape who taught Ah Qing the sword technique isn't Yuan Shishao, is it? Not far away, Guofu saw Song Qingshu's gloomy expression and quickly pulled Huang Rong's sleeve. Mother, that person just now seemed to be Tian Di Hui's Zhang Duozu. He didn't come to pay his respects to Mother, but unexpectedly went to pay his respects to that perverted thief? Huang Rong couldn't help but pinch her daughter's cheek, hinting for her to lower her voice. Zhang Duozu Chen's status in Jianghu is aloof. Your father and mother are only friends of the same generation as him. How could they come to pay their respects to me? Huang Rong secretly pondered in her heart. Looking at the way the two of them whispered to each other, their relationship was probably not ordinary. She wondered what they were talking about. When Zhang Duozi left, his expression was solemn, and now Song Qingshu also looked shocked. Looking at the four villains slowly approaching from not far away, Huang Rong's expression froze. They couldn't also be looking for Song Qingshu, could they? Before Song Qingshu could recover from his shock, he heard an abnormally hoarse voice. I heard that Mr. Song also wants to participate in the Golden Snake King election? Song Qingshu looked up. This iconic voice was naturally that bastard Duan Yanqing. So it's Boss Duan. We really are fated. Maybe when the time comes we can compete on the same stage to determine the winner. Duan Yanqing suddenly revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Fortunately, we're not in the same half as you. Otherwise, if I fought you, I would directly admit defeat. Duan Yanqing did not deliberately lower his voice, so Huang Rong heard him clearly. She could not help but feel shocked in her heart. The head of the four great villains has been notorious in Jianghu for several decades. All these years, he has always been a domineering person. I have never heard of him giving in to anyone, but this time he unexpectedly admitted defeat. Is this Song Qingshu's martial arts skill really this high? Over the past year, although Song Qingshu's reputation had risen, it was only limited to the Manchurian Qing. The world was so big, people from other places had no concept of his martial arts. In most people's hearts, although he had the title of the #1 expert of the Manchurian Qing, it was mostly because there were no famous experts in the Manchurian Qing. At the lion slaughtering convention, Song Qingshu had shown his skills, and many people in Jianghu had seen him. At that time, he could at most be considered a young master, but he was still far from being a real master. It had only been a year. Even if his martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds, how much could he have improved? Moreover, at the lion slaughtering convention, he was killed by the Wudong sect and his meridians were all broken. Huang Rong had only seen him last year. Except for the 9-yin manual soul transfer, his body was weaker than the average person's. It hadn't been that long, so Huang Rong naturally didn't think that his martial arts could be very high. Xingqiu Immortal's magic power is boundless. His magical power is vast, and he rules over the central plains. Guo Fu was startled by the sound of blowing and beating in the distance. Where did that come from? Is someone dying here? Huang Rong's expression changed, and she quickly covered Guo Fu's mouth. Aunt, don't talk too much. Those are people from the Xingqiu sect, and they are experts in using poison. If you ever hear this sound again, run as far as you can. Don't ever have anything to do with them. Guo Fu disapprovingly curled her lips. Mother, with your and father's reputation in Jianghu, why should I be afraid of them? Huang Rong had a helpless expression on her face. She smiled bitterly and said, Your father drank the blood of a medicinal snake in the past, so he is immune to all poisons, so of course he doesn't need to be afraid. Your mother has eaten a lot of panacea from your maternal grandfather since childhood, so I have a certain resistance to poison, so of course I don't need to be afraid. However, if you are poisoned by Xingqiu Immortal, we don't have the confidence to detoxify you. Guo Fu looked resentful. Suddenly, she pointed at Song Qingshu, who was not far away, and said, Then why isn't he afraid of Xingqiu Immortal? Huang Rong was startled. She saw that Xingqiu Immortal and a few of his disciples seemed to be exchanging pleasantries with Song Qingshu. Exchanging pleasantries? Huang Rong felt very strange. This Song Qingshu had a good relationship with Tian Dihui and the people from the Mu Palace, and he seemed to be having a good talk with Duan Yanqing and Xingqiu Immortal. What was going on? Lame Duan, you know you are going to fight with Prince Song, so you came to curry favor with him in advance? Xingqiu Immortal had white hair and a youthful complexion. His chubby face was full of smiles, which made him look like an immortal. I haven't seen you for a long time, but your mouth is still so stinky, old freak ding. Duan Yanqing snorted coldly. However, both of them had been recruited by Song Qingshu, so they had some feelings for each other, so they would not fall out because of such a small matter. Hey, there is nothing shameful to curry favor with Prince Song. Look, didn't I also send my disciple to greet Prince Song and ask him to be lenient? After saying that, Ding Chuanxiu pushed an iron-masked young man in front of him and said, Tai Cho, this is your opponent tomorrow, Prince Song. He has the all-seeing divine power, so you are definitely not his match. At that time, if you can get some pointers from Prince Song, you will benefit endlessly for the rest of your life. Tai Cho directly knelt down and kowtowed to Song Qingshu. Tomorrow, please give me pointers, Prince Song. Being flattered by Ding Chuanxiu, Song Qingshu felt a chill run down his spine. He could only force a smile and say, today's competition hasn't started yet. Isn't it too early to say this? Ding Chuanxiu waved his feather fan and said unhurriedly, not early, not early. With Prince Song's martial arts, he will definitely enter the next round smoothly. Duan Yanqing sneered and said, of course, there is no doubt about Prince Song's martial arts. However, are you so confident that your disciple can defeat that Jinyang hero? As far as I know, Xiao Ban's primordial energy is not weak. Ding Chuanxiu smiled mysteriously and said, Brother Duan, you don't have to worry about this. Song Qingshu smiled faintly and said, this brother has world-shaking ice genuine qi. I'm afraid that Jinyang hero will be at a disadvantage. Ding Chuanxiu's expression changed. No one knew about Tai Chao's martial arts. His ice genuine qi was his biggest trump card. Ding Chuanxiu was confident that if he wasn't mentally prepared, even an expert like Qiao Feng would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, Ding Chuanxiu was determined to win the Golden Snake King this time. He came to greet Song Qingshu with a humble attitude just to numb him and make him lose Jingzhou because of his carelessness. Who knew that Song Qingshu would actually see through him? Could it be that this brat had learned the Heaven's Eye? Ding Chuanxiu secretly regretted that he wouldn't have brought Tai Cho here if he had known this would happen. After casually saying a few words, Ding Chuanxiu resentfully walked back to his seat with Tai Cho. Seeing him leave, Duan Yanqing lowered his voice and said, Prince Song, I wonder about the goddess of mercy you mentioned last time. Song Qingshu smiled and said, Mr. Duan, you have been in Jianghu for so long. Do you think I will tell you so easily? Duan Yanqing's expression changed. He lowered his head and said, I have been rude. I wonder what conditions Prince Song wants in order to tell me? The fastest update, read please. Chapter 440. It's not the right time yet. It will only add to my troubles if I tell you. Song Qingshu shook his head slightly. His tone of refusal was obvious. Duan Yanqing's face was cloudy. He hesitated for a long time and finally snorted, I will ask you when the time is right. It was no wonder that he was depressed. He had run amok in Jianghu for decades and was the leader of the four villains. But he could not defeat this young man. Seeing that Duan Yanqing had returned empty-handed, Yi Ernyang knew that she wouldn't be able to get any information out of him. However, a mother's nature still made her give it a try. Mr. Song, I don't know about my ill-fated child you mentioned last time. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. I can only tell you that he is living well and has learned superior kung fu. Since Xuzhu was sent by the Shaolin Temple to participate in the election of the Golden Snake King, it was obvious that the monks of the Shaolin Temple were very confident in his kung fu. Even if he did not inherit the carefree sect like in the original work, his kung fu would not be bad now. Yi Ernyang immediately beamed with joy. Although she couldn't find out her son's whereabouts, she was satisfied to know that her son was safe and sound. Seeing that Duan Yanqing and the others had gone far away, Yi Ernyang quickly chased after them. Thank you very much for your kindness. Seeing Yi Ernyang leave gratefully, Zhou Zhiruo, who was sitting on the side, raised her eyebrows and said, You won't let go of such a woman, will you? Song Qingshu was drinking tea and almost choked to death. He suddenly said angrily, Am I that kind of person? Zhou Zhirua curled her lips. I think so. Thinking of his misdeeds, Song Qinshu smiled awkwardly. Just a poor mother who lost her child. Although Yi Ernyang stole a child every day in this world, she would return them after playing with them for a day. She was not as crazy as in the original work, so Song Qinshu did not feel bad for her. Brother Song, you and your wife are so harmonious. I am so envious of you. An old man walked slowly. He was dozens of feet away when he spoke, but he was already standing in front of Song Qinshu. He was tall, with a high nose and deep eyes. His face was brown and yellow. Who else could it be but Ouyang Feng? Now, Ouyang Feng's mind was clear, and his messy hair was neatly combed, giving him a different kind of prestige. How could he and Zhou Zhirua be in perfect harmony? The vinegar jar was overflowing. Song Qinshu silently criticized him, but he forced a smile on his face. Mr. Ouyang's cultivation seems to have improved again. Ouyang Feng had a strange look on his face. In terms of martial arts progress, who can compare to a freak like you? I heard that you're going to participate in the Golden Snake King competition? Song Qinshu smiled sheepishly and said, I have nothing to do, so I'm just playing. Ouyang Feng smiled knowingly. I heard that some busybodies at the foot of the mountain have set up a bet for the Golden Snake Convention. Since Brother Song wants to participate, I will definitely bet heavily on you. Hearing him mention Yangguo, Ouyang Feng's eyes flashed with coldness, but he quickly concealed it. I don't know where he learned this strange martial art. It is quite powerful, but he is not your match. The coldness in Ouyang Feng's eyes did not escape Song Qinshu's eyes. He guessed what Ouyang Feng was thinking. Ouyang Ku was killed by Yang Kong, and Yangguo looked like him. Ouyang Feng was like a father and a son when he was unconscious. Now that he was awake and saw Yangguo's face, it was like a fish bone stuck in his throat. The cold glint in Ouyang Feng's eyes did not escape Song Qinshu's eyes. He thought for a while and guessed what Ouyang Feng was thinking. In the past, Ouyang Ku died at Yang Kang's hands, and Yangguo looked like Yang Kong. When Ouyang Feng was unconscious, of course he was like a loving father and filial son, but now that he was awake and saw Yangguo's face, it was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. However, from his tone, it seemed that he had already met with Yangguo. It was likely that Yangguo's participation in the Golden Snake King election this time had the shadow of the Jin Kingdom adding fuel to the fire. However, with Yangguo's impetuous temperament, why was he willing to work for them? Brother, let's talk about old times another day. I still have a grudge to settle. Ouyang Feng grinned and approached Huang Rong. Huang girl, you've caused this old man so much suffering. Ouyang Feng gnashed his teeth as he looked at Huang Rong. Huang Rong was someone's wife, but Ouyang Feng called her little girl, without any disharmony. No wonder Ouyang Feng hated her so much. He was one of the 5 greats, but Huang Rong had tortured him for more than 10 years. Huang Rong's face changed when she saw Ouyang Feng. She had practiced the dog-beating stick technique for many years, but it was no match for an expert like Ouyang Feng. Brother Jing was not here. Huang Rong's eyes fell on the Shaolin, Wudong, and Chongyang Palace representatives. She knew that they would not sit and watch Ouyang Feng commit murder. So it's Uncle Ouyang. I haven't seen you for many years. Uncle is even more elegant than before. How could you have been harmed? Huang Rong stood up with a smile and subconsciously tightened her grip on the dog-beating stick. Ouyang Feng cared about his face and couldn't say that he had been driven crazy by her words. Looking at the Shaolin and Wudong people not far away, Ouyang Feng couldn't help but weigh the pros and cons. The Chongyang Palace people could be ignored, but the Wudong people had the demeanor of a great master. He had heard that Zhang Sanfeng was unfathomable, but he had never seen him before. His ability to teach disciples was much better than Wang Chongyang's. There was also the Shaolin Temple monk. His eyes were reserved, and he stood there like an angry Buddha. He was not a good person, and if they really fought, Ouyang Feng wouldn't be able to hurt Huang Rong. I will repay you for what you have done for me in the past. Ouyang Feng was a decisive person. After weighing the pros and cons, he left behind these words and walked to Song Qingshu's side. I say, brother, when did you become someone who only knows how to talk tough? Song Qingshu couldn't help but tease him. Ouyang Feng's face turned red, and he couldn't help but coldly snort, if it wasn't for that bastard Xiao Feng walking over here, I wouldn't be like this. Song Qingshu was surprised. He turned his head and saw Xiao Feng leading the 18 horses of smoke and cloud straight towards Huang Rong. Song Qingshu couldn't help but realize that although Xiao Feng was the king of the southern courtyard of Liao, he came from the beggar clan and was an extremely chivalrous person. Naturally, he wouldn't sit by and watch something happen to Huang Rong. Brother Song, does the agreement on Divine Dragon Island still count? Ouyang Feng suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Of course it does. A strange smile appeared on Ouyang Feng's face. What do you think of that woman Huang Rong? Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly, and couldn't help but look at the two women at the side. Zhou Zhiruo was greeting the other representatives of the upright sex, and Zheng Ro was also discussing something with the people of Wanwu sect. They didn't have time to pay attention to what was happening here. He quickly said in a low voice, national beauty and heavenly fragrance, the best among young married women. Ouyang Feng laughed mischievously. I know you like this. How about this, you and I make a move at the same time. You help me stop Xiao Feng, and I'll go capture Huang Rong. Later, I'll throw her to you to warm your bed. What do you think? Chapter 441. Looking at the beautiful Huang Rong not far away, Song Qingshu had to admit that he was a bit tempted. But he quickly regained his composure and smiled. Brother, I still have to participate in the Golden Snake gathering. Besides, I don't want to become the public enemy of the martial world. Ouyang Feng also knew that today was not a good time to make a move and did not care about Song Qingshu's answer. He thought for a moment and continued, if I capture Huang Rong in the future, would you dare to take her? Song Qingshu looked embarrassed. Oh, why are you asking me? Do I look like the kind of person who writes the word pervert on my face? Ouyang Feng's lips curled into a smile. Throughout the world, there are only two people who have the courage to take Huang Rong as a concubine, and you are one of them. Song Qingshu was startled. His first thought was of the Mongolian Khan, Temujin. He was famous for collecting wives, and most of his concubines were the women of his former enemies. After Temujin defeated his enemies, he naturally took their wives and daughters. But Song Qingshu quickly shook his head. With the relationship of the Golden Knife Prince Consort and Guojing being a burden, Huang Rong was also the aunt of the Mongolian princes. Even if she fell into the hands of the Mongolians, she would not be in any danger. With Guojing and Huang Rong's current prestige in the martial world, other than the Mongolians, Song Qingshu could not think of anyone who would dare to do such a thing. He looked at Ouyang Feng with a strange expression. The other person isn't you, is it? Ouyang Feng immediately became angry. Bastard, I don't like women. Who is that? Song Qingshu asked curiously. The king of hailing of the Jin kingdom, Wanyan Liang. At the mention of that person, Ouyang Feng could not help but frown. I have never seen such a lecherous person in my life. He likes to rape other people's wives and daughters. Not only his colleagues, but even the emperor. Ouyang Feng suddenly realized something and stopped talking. Fortunately, Song Qingshu's attention wasn't on this, so he didn't think of anything. He just looked at Ouyang Feng with a gloomy face. What have I done to make you compare me to that pervert? Ouyang Feng smiled mysteriously. I've been in contact with both of you. Although you look very different on the surface, I can feel that you have something in common. What's in common? Song Qingshu thought that if Ouyang Feng dared to say that the common point between them was that they both loved other people's wives, he would immediately pick up the cup of tea on the table and pour it on his face. That is because you both disregard etiquette, Ouyang Feng replied. But there is still a difference. That boy Wan Yenliang has etiquette in his heart, but he disregards etiquette. You, on the other hand, have no concept of etiquette at all. Song Qingshu was startled. He was a transmigrator, so naturally he had no concept of etiquette in this world. He didn't expect that Ouyang Feng would be able to see through it. However, his expression was still somewhat unsightly. Disregarding etiquette is one thing, but what you're saying is another. Ouyang Feng smiled faintly and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I understand. I'll contact you after I'm done. Finished speaking, he laughed heartily and left. It was obvious that he was extremely happy. Huang Rong, who was in the middle of reminiscing about the past of the beggar clan with Xiao Feng, heard Ouyang Feng's laughter. She couldn't help but raise her head to look in his direction. She was extremely puzzled. Just a moment ago, Ouyang Feng looked as if he wanted to eat her alive. Why did his depressed mood suddenly disappear? The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't sit still. Huang Rong apologized to Xiao Feng and hurriedly walked over to Song Qingshu's side. I wonder what Prince Song and Sir Ouyang talked about to make him so happy? Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He casually laughed and said, "We chatted casually. Perhaps Sir Ouyang was happy to see a friend like me. I can't possibly tell you that the two of them were discussing how to capture you and humiliate you, right?" Song Qingshu's whole body trembled. He hurriedly dispelled some of the dirty thoughts in his mind. Oh! Huang Rong's radiant face couldn't help but change. So Prince Song and Sir Ouyang are friends? Ouyang Feng was a proud and aloof person. There were only a few people in the world who could be considered friends by him. Each of them was a great master who could move unhindered in a region. She didn't expect that Song Qingshu, at such a young age, could actually be considered a friend by Ouyang Feng. What other secrets did this man have? We're just friends. Song Qingshu smiled faintly and didn't explain. At this time, Xiao Feng also came over. He laughed loudly and said, "So it's Brother Song. I heard that Brother Song is also one of the 16 candidates. It hasn't been long since I fought with Brother Song. To be able to see Brother Song in action again is really this Zhao's fortune." Huang Rong asked curiously, "King Xiao and Prince Song have fought before?" She was very clear about Xiao Feng's martial arts. He was one of the best among the younger generation. At that time, he had turned the Central Plains upside down. His cultivation level might not be lower than Jing Ji's. Xiao Feng smiled bitterly and said, "More than that. This Xiao is proud of the 18 dragon subduing palms. I didn't expect that Prince Song's attainments in this palm technique are not lower than mine." Huang Rong's beautiful face suddenly turned pale. Huang Rong's beautiful face immediately turned pale. Xiao Feng was the beggar clan's peerless genius. His understanding of the 18 dragon subduing palms was not even comparable to Brother Jing's. Brother Jing had found another way to comprehend the softness of the 18 dragon subduing palms from the 9-yin manual. Xiao Feng, on the other hand, had spent more than 10 years practicing the 18 dragon subduing palms without any external help. Now he actually said that Song Qingshu's cultivation of the 18 dragon subduing palms was not below his. The 18 dragon subduing palms is a secret technique of the beggar clan. May I ask where Prince Song learned it? Huang Rong's face suddenly became somewhat unsightly. Song Qingshu smiled and said, "I learned it from my wife." He immediately kicked the ball to Zhou Zhiruo, who was standing beside him. Wife. Huang Rong was stunned for a long time before she realized that the wife he was talking about was the sect leader of the Amei faction, Zhou Zhiruo. With such a large group of people coming over, Zhou Zhiruo had been paying attention for a long time. Seeing that Song Qingshu had thrown a hot potato to her, she couldn't help but stare at him fiercely. May I ask where did sect leader Zhou learn the 18 dragon subduing palms? Huang Rong turned her head and asked. She couldn't help but secretly praise Zhou Zhiru. While Huang Rong was sizing up Zhou Zhiruo was also sizing up Huang Rong. She was indeed a beautiful, charming young woman. Just now, when Song Qinshu and Ouyang Feng were whispering to each other, he looked at Huang Rong from time to time. Zhou Zhiruo clearly saw the admiration and amazement in his eyes. She didn't know why Zhou Zhiruo always saw Zhao Min's shadow in Huang Rong and subconsciously felt a little unhappy. Hearing her question, Zhou Zhiruo couldn't help but speak in a bureaucratic tone. All the martial arts in the world lead to the same goal. The Amei faction has been around for thousands of years and has many amazing skills. It's not surprising that they have created 1 or 2 palm techniques similar to the 18 dragon subduing palms. Huang Rong looked at her in surprise. She couldn't understand why this fairy-like sect leader would have a faint hostility towards her. However, although Zhou Zhiruo was a little rude, she still had some sense of propriety. She didn't directly say that the 18 dragon subduing palms was created by the Amei faction. Otherwise, there would be a bloody war between the beggar clan and the Amei faction. Although a discerning person could see that Song Qinshu had used the 18 dragon subduing palms, since Zhou Zhiruo had given her a way out, Huang Rong didn't want to be too forceful. She said, "So that's how it is. It seems that sister has been rude." Who would have thought that at this moment, Guofu was unhappy that her mother had been taken advantage of. She said in a strange tone, "You're really shameless. You stole other people's martial arts and still speak so righteously." Chapter 442. Zhou Zhiruo was furious. With a flick of her wrist, a long black whip flew out of her sleeve towards Guofu. Huang Rong was shocked. She didn't think that Zhou Zhiruo would suddenly attack. She quickly used the dog-beating stick technique to block the whip. But Zhou Zhiruo was prepared. She made a turn in the middle of the whip and easily avoided the dog-beating stick technique. The whip slightly shattered a hair clip on Guofu's hair. Zhou Zhiruo quickly put the whip back into her sleeve. She said proudly, "The Amei sect has many divine skills. We won't covet the martial arts of other sections. Little girl, don't try to mislead people with your lies." Guofu's face was pale with fright. She was completely dumbfounded and didn't know how to respond. Huang Rong was a master who protected her children. When she saw Zhou Zhiruo attack her daughter, she was furious. She didn't hesitate to fall out with the Amei sect to fight to the death with Zhou Zhiruo. But when she found that Zhou Zhiruo was very careful and didn't really hurt Guofu, her anger dissipated. Guofu finally came back to her senses. Just as she was about to curse, a celestial voice sounded. "What happened here? Why is it so lively?" The group of people turned their heads and saw an incomparably beautiful young girl looking at them with a smile. Her subordinates were scattered in the surroundings, vigilantly guarding against any intruders. Huang Rong recognized one of them as Jinluan Fuang. She couldn't help but click her tongue. This which was really arrogant. Even a master like Jinluan Fuang was obediently standing behind her. So it's the princess. Did the Mongols also send masters to participate in the Golden Snake gathering? Huang Rong had fought with the Mongols in Xiangyang for many years. Naturally, she didn't have a good impression of the Mongols. Her words were full of gunpowder. As expected, the martial artists in the area started whispering to each other. The Golden Snake Camp had always been a volunteer army that fought against the armored cavaliers of the other clans. If the martial artists supported by the Mongolians won the championship in the end, then the martial artists of the Central Plains would be completely humiliated. Zhao Min was not in a hurry. She asked with a smile, "Isn't Madame Guo also here to attend this meeting? Is there anyone among the 16 candidates supported by Madame Guo?" Of course, Huang Rong pursed her lips and smiled. She changed the topic and continued, "As long as he can drive out the Tatars, no matter who wins, I will support him from the bottom of my heart." Right when Huang Rong finished speaking, the martial artists cheered. "Tartars, get out of the Central Plains! Kill the Tartars!" This caused Xiao Feng, who was standing beside Huang Rong, to feel extremely awkward. Speaking of his identity as a Khitan, he was also a Tartar in the eyes of the Han people. Madame Guo is indeed eloquent. Zhao Min was not angry at all. She was also not interested in arguing with her. In Zhao Min's eyes, Huang Rong was indeed quick-witted. However, due to her limited vision, her cleverness was only at the level of Jiang Hu. She was still far from the realm of being able to summon clouds and rain with a flip of her hand. Otherwise, after so many years, Xiangyang City would not only be struggling but also unable to make any progress. Demonis, return my junior martial brother Kong Xing's life. Suddenly, a loud roar rang out. A monk covered in golden light flew through the air and attacked. Zhao Min Song Qinshu recognized that the person who attacked was Xian Qing, one of the 13 ultimate divine monks of the Shaolin Temple. Remembering that Zhao Min was injured by his great Vajra palm last time, Song Qinshu subconsciously prepared to stand up and block the attack for her. Suddenly, Song Qinshu's eyes narrowed. He noticed that Zhao Min's hand, which was behind her back, was secretly waving at him. She was hinting at him not to act rashly. Song Qinshu immediately understood that it was better not to expose their relationship. There was a reason why Zhao Min was so confident. The last time she was captured was because of Song Qinshu's interference. Now that Jinluan Fuang, Priest Baisang, and the head of the Vajra faction were watching from the side, and there were also the Xianming elders and the godly Arrow 8 heroes accompanying them, Xian Qing dared to charge alone. If it were not for the fact that she was worried about the others, Zhao Min was confident that she could kill Xian Qing on the spot. Like a hot knife through butter, Xian Qing broke through Zhao Min's carefully selected group of warriors. The densely packed arrows of the divine Arrow 8 heroes hit his body, but other than leaving a few white marks, they did not stop him at all. Vajra indestructible divine skill? The head of the Vajra faction was overjoyed, and with a loud bang, his body turned golden as he also activated the Vajra indestructible divine skill. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. Xian Qing alternated between the great Vajra fist, the formless finger of disaster, and the Prajna palm. Even though the head of the Vajra faction had been practicing the Herculean Strength Index for 10 years, he still found it hard to endure. When the two figures separated, the body of the head of the Vajra faction was left swaying in the same place. It was obvious that he had suffered a small loss. However, after being blocked by him, Xian Qing's momentum was exhausted. Jinluan Fuang took the opportunity to block in front of him, and in an instant, the 6 giant wheels flew out and struck at Xian Qing's acupoints from all directions. Xian Qing and the head of the Vajra faction exchanged more than a dozen moves, and his breathing was already ragged. He did not dare to use his body to take on the sharp wheels that were spinning at high speed, and he quickly pushed left and right, knocking away the 6 giant wheels one by one. Everyone present was an expert, and they were all dazzled by the scene. Xian Qing first used the dual Luo Yi finger to deflect the tin wheel that was coming at him from behind, and then he used the flower-pinching finger to catch the lead wheel that was about to cut his skin. He then casually flung it behind him, knocking away the iron wheel that was coming at him from behind. He used the sleeve universe skill, and then he stepped out and firmly stepped on the bronze wheel that was about to cut his leg tendons, using the Shaolin Temple's pursuing shadow kick. He then used the great Skunda pestle to deflect the silver wheel that was flying at him from above, and finally, he forcibly activated the indestructible body and used the dragon claw hand to directly grab the golden wheel in Jinluan Fuang's hand. A grinding sound that made one's teeth ache was heard, and the rapidly spinning golden wheel was forcibly stopped by Xian Qing's claw, and it could no longer move forward. Looking at Xian Qing's hand that was suffused with a bloody light, Jinluan Fuang was secretly shocked. If it was anyone else who received his golden wheel like this, they would at least have half their palm cut off. He didn't think that Xian Qing would only make a long cut. The indestructible body, was indeed tyrannical. But it was as if Jinluan Fuang had already expected this result, and the golden wheel moved to the side, drawing Xian Cheng's hand away, and his right hand, which had been waiting for a long time, sent a punch towards Xian Cheng's chest. Before it even reached his body, the sound of the wind and thunder that the fist carried was already enough to make people's eardrums hurt. Xian Cheng didn't dare to be careless, and hurriedly used the profound meaning of the prajna palm, wanting to dissipate the power of this fist. The fist and the palm met, and Jinluan Fuang felt the power of his fist being gradually dissipated by the opponent, and couldn't help but let out an evil laugh. Let's see how much you can dissipate. Layer after layer of the dragon-elephant prajna palm. It was as if a huge wave was surging from his fist to the opponent's palm. Pooh! When the 9th wave of power was dissipated, Xian Cheng couldn't hold on any longer, and spat out a mouthful of blood as he hurriedly retreated. Priest Bai Shun had been waiting by Zhao Min's side, and didn't participate in the battle. Seeing that Xian Cheng was injured, he followed the principle of taking your life while you're down, and with a flash, he used the Xian Ming palm to strike Xian Cheng's body. Grandmaster, be careful! The two Wu Dang envoys swung their swords at the same time. Shaolin and Wu Dang have always advanced and retreated together in Jianghu, even though there was a rift between them because of Zhang Chuishan 10 years ago. They couldn't just watch Xian Cheng die in the hands of the Mongolians. In the Wu Dang sect, Zhang Sanfeng had long stopped caring about the sect's affairs, and the position of sect leader was passed on to the eldest disciple, Song Yuanqiao. In the end, because of the incident where Song Qinshu killed Muo Shingu, Song Yuanqiao took the blame and resigned, and has been concentrating on training in the back mountains. The position of sect leader was passed on to the second disciple, Yu Lianzhou, who usually presided over the Purple Cloud Palace and rarely left the mountain. Because Yu Daiyan was crippled for more than 10 years, he also developed a quiet temperament and didn't care much about anything. The fifth disciple, Zhang Chuishan, committed suicide, and Muo Shingu was killed. So of the 7 heroes of Wu Dang, only the 4th hero, Zhang Songshi, and the 6th hero, Yin Lighting, were left in Jianghu. This time, the envoys sent by Wu Dang to participate in the Golden Snake gathering were these two. Zhang Songshi and Yin Lighting had been carefully taught by Zhang Sanfeng, and in addition to these years of studying the Tai Chi sword, they had long been among the world's top experts. Even though they weren't at the level of the 4 masters, but with time, it wasn't impossible for them to catch up. However, Priest Bai Shen was the old devil who fought with Zhang Sanfeng for hundreds of moves before being defeated. These years, he had been thinking of revenge, and secretly studied the martial arts of Wu Dang sect. Seeing the two people dressed in Wu Dang sect's attire attack, Priest Bai Shen's face flashed with a sinister smile, and both of his palms struck out from an unimaginable angle. The long swords of Zhang Songshi and Yin Lighting immediately clashed together. The two's cultivation levels were close, and when their forces collided, their bodies both paused, and it was obvious that they had suffered serious internal injuries. This was also the two's bad luck. If it wasn't for Priest Bai Shen, who had been studying the martial arts of Wu Dang for dozens of years, even if they were up against Ouyang Feng and the others, the two of them would definitely be able to protect themselves if they joined hands, and wouldn't have suffered such a big loss as soon as they met. This old man will first slaughter the 2 treasured disciples of that old bastard Zhang Sanfeng. Priest Bai Shen roared, and both of his arms suddenly expanded by a foot, pressing towards the two's chests. Zhang Songshi and Yin Lighting immediately recognized that this was the Xian Ming Divine Palm that Zhang Wuji had been hit with. At that time, even Zhang Sanfeng was helpless against his injuries, and the power of this person's Xian Ming Divine Palm was more than double that of the Xian Ming elders. The two of them immediately thought to themselves, forget it, I'm afraid we're going to die here today." Suddenly, a huge suction force came from the side of the two of them, and they were forced to move several feet horizontally. When they steadied themselves, they looked at the person behind them, and couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Qingshu! Greetings, 4th Martial Uncle, 6th Martial Uncle. Song Qingshu bowed and laughed bitterly in his heart. Even though he was expelled from Wudang, and even had his meridians broken by Yu Lianzhou at the lion-slaying gathering, but he was from Wudang, and he couldn't just watch these two cheap masters die in front of him. Fortunately, Song Yuanxiao's cheap father didn't come, or else he wouldn't be so thick to call a stranger father. Song Qingshu was incomparably glad in his heart. Daoist Baisang turned around to look at Zhao Min, and seeing her give him a look, he couldn't help but understand, and continued to attack the two heroes of Wudang. Song Qingshu hurriedly shielded the two of them behind him, and used the 18 dragon subduing palms to meet the attack. Daoist Baisang had seen Song Qingshu's martial arts in the last martial arts competition at the inn, so he naturally didn't dare to be careless. He focused 120%, and the Xian Ming divine palm reflected a sky full of palm shadows. The 18 dragon subduing palms that Song Qingshu used did not have that many fancy tricks. On the surface, the moves looked ordinary, but in reality, every time Song Qingshu used a move, he would always remember to be strong and weak, and swallow and spit out. After a dozen moves, Zhao Min's delicate voice rang out, "All right, I'll spare this little thief's life for today." Chapter 443. Priest 100 Damage became more and more alarmed as he fought. He had wanted to fight Song Qingshu head-on by relying on his decades of experience, but Song Qingshu's palms seemed to fluctuate between real and fake. Song Qingshu simply refused to fight him head-on. Most of Priest 100 Damage's attacks missed, and there were even a few times when Song Qingshu's palms took advantage of his weakness. After a dozen rounds, Daoist Baishen felt a dull pain in his chest and felt nauseous. Apparently, he had suffered a minor internal injury. Hearing Zhao Min's words, Daoist Baishen took the opportunity to jump out of the ring and said proudly, "Since the princess has spoken, I'll spare your life today." Seeing his stubbornness, Song Qingshu smiled faintly. He was not interested in exposing his lies. "I'm the Princess of Mongolia and the Song Kingdom's peace envoy. If anything happens to me and the peace talks between the two countries fail, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Great monk, your sin will be great." Zhao Min smiled at Xianqing. Xianqing's face was ashen. In the short exchange just now, he understood that it was impossible for him to take Zhao Min's life. Now that he heard Zhao Min use the peace between Mongolia and the Great Song to pressure him, how could he dare to risk universal condemnation and take the blame? With a cold harumph, he turned around and left. Prince Song is indeed a magnanimous man. He was expelled from the Wu-Tang sect and even had his meridians broken by second hero Yu. But today, he's standing up for Wu-Tang again. Tsk, tisk. Zhao Min turned to leave. When she passed by Song Qingshu, she suddenly shook her head and sneered. Her tone was full of sarcasm, as if she was laughing at the fool in front of her. Song Qingshu was startled, but he suddenly saw Zhao Min secretly winking at him when no one was paying attention. Zhao Min's delicate and beautiful face, coupled with her sly expression, seemed to be like a sky full of blooming flowers, and Song Qingshu's heart couldn't help but sway. Song Qingshu smiled knowingly and immediately said in a clear voice, "Song Mao went astray in the past, and this is retribution. No one can be blamed. Although Grand Master expelled me from Wu-Tang, Song Mao grew up in Wu-Tang. When he saw the elders of the sect in danger, I couldn't just sit back and do nothing." Zhang Songshi and Yin Lighting looked at each other when they heard what was said. They could see the emotion in each other's eyes. Zhang Songshi excitedly grabbed Song Qingshu's arm and said, "Qingshu, a few days ago, when Shifu heard that you single-handedly assassinated the Tatar emperor, he was full of praise for you. He said that there is nothing better than knowing one's mistake and being able to correct it." Yin Lighting also said, That's right, De Shixiang has been depressed all these years, but when he heard the news that you assassinated the Qing Emperor, he smiled for the first time. Qingshu, find a time to return to Wu-Tang Pai and pay your respects to Shifu and your father. Song Qingshu suddenly felt a headache coming on. How could he not understand that this was the signal that Wu-Tang Pai was willing to accept him back into their sect? But in this world, the person he did not want to see the most would definitely be Song Yuanqiao. He had no interest in recognizing this cheap old father. This time, with Zhao Min's help, he had gained a favorable impression of the Wu-Tang Pai, allowing him to gradually get rid of his past reputation. Song Qingshu was already very satisfied. As for acknowledging his ancestors and returning to the clan, he would politely decline. Song Qingshu had his own plans and did not want to be restricted by a few elders for no reason. Not to mention that Wu-Tang Pai was a Wulin Mountain and Big Dipper, so they always had to pay attention to this and that. How could Song Qingshu stand those rules? In addition, although he saved Zhang Songshi and Yin Lighting this time, the 7 heroes of Wu-Tang Pai did die in his hands. The 7 heroes of Wu-Tang were like brothers, so it was inevitable that they would have a thorn in their hearts when they saw him. Song Qingshu's mind worked quickly and he already had an idea. He used the tactic of stalling and said some ambiguous words, and the 2 heroes finally returned to their seats with satisfaction. I haven't seen you for a few days. Brother Song's martial arts have improved a lot. Murong Fu had just entered the arena and happened to see the whole process of Song Qingshu and Daoist 100 Damages fighting. His heart was suddenly in turmoil. He had acted as a villain in vain, but he still couldn't stop Song Qingshu from participating in the Golden Snake meet. If he really faced Song Qingshu, his chances of winning were really slim. Although Murong Fu was angry in his heart, he still had a smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. Song Qingshu looked at Wang Yuyan, who was beside Murong Fu, with a smile that was not a smile. Seeing her face full of awkwardness, he could not help but secretly laugh. It seemed that Wang Yuyan did not tell her cousin about her encounter with him that night. Murong Fu still thinks that I don't know about the good things he has done. Prince Murong is too kind. Song Qingshu did not expose him, and returned the greeting as if nothing had happened. Some time ago, I was indebted to you for helping me find traces of Murong Jingyue. Now that this matter is over, I must thank you, young master. Listening to the 2 of them exchange greetings with ulterior motives, Wang Yuyan's pretty face was so red that water was about to drip out. She wished that there was a hole in the ground that she could directly hide in. She did not know why, but she did not tell Murong Fu about her encounter with Song Qingshu that night, causing her cousin to be so humiliated today. But now that things had come to this, she could only continue to keep silent. Song Xiaoxiao really has a wide circle of friends. Not only does he have a good chat with old devils like Western Poison, Constellation Immortal, and Duan Yanqing, but even North Xiao Feng and South Murong are young master's friends. Huang Rong looked at the handsome young man in front of her curiously. Even with her intelligence, she could not figure out how Song Qingshu had changed so much in just a year. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. I just like to make friends. Seeing that he had no intention of continuing, Huang Rong secretly cursed the little fox for not revealing even the slightest clue to her. But since the Golden Snake Convention was about to begin, Huang Rong had no choice but to bow and take her leave. He's already gone so far and you're still looking at him? Zhou Zhirua said with jealousy. Song Qingshu's face turned red, and he quickly retracted his gaze from Huang Rong's swaying back. With a stern expression, he said, Madame Guo is a chivalrous woman that everyone in the martial arts world respects. Zhirua, aren't you being too rude by saying that? Zhou Zhirua snorted coldly. Others may not know you, but I do. The idea you gave to that Yang Guo was obviously your own true thoughts. Song Qingshu looked embarrassed. Lower your voice, lower your voice. It wasn't easy for me to establish a good reputation in the martial arts world. Yes, it was that witch, Zhao Min, who pulled the strings for you. Others might not know the relationship between Song Qingshu and Zhao Min, but how could Zhou Zhiruan not know? She could tell at a glance that Zhao Min had sent priest Bai Shun to attack the two heroes of Wudong just to give Song Qingshu a chance to save them. The secret flirting between the two did not escape Zhou Zhirua's eyes. Zhou Zhirua thought hatefully, isn't she ashamed of flirting like that? This witch, why does she always want to steal my man? Hey, don't tell me you've also been possessed by some old monster? Zhou Zhirua suddenly raised her head suspiciously and stared at Song Qingshu in a daze. Our 1058 latest update, please read. Chapter 444. It was no wonder that Zhou Zhirua would be suspicious. In the past, Song Qingshu treated her wholeheartedly, but now Song Qingshu was flirting everywhere. With revered Ming possessing Zhang Wuji as an example, Zhou Zhirua was naturally suspicious as well. Song Qingshu was shocked. He hurriedly put his arms around Zhou Zhirua's slender waist and said, "If I were to be possessed by an old monster, would you still like me?" Zhou Zhirua blushed and spat. She immediately turned her head to the other side and said, "Tui, who would like you?" Looking at Zhou Zhirua's tsundra look, Song Qingshu secretly let out a sigh of relief. He understood that she was just asking casually. In his heart, Song Qingshu was rejoicing. It was fortunate that he had transmigrated into Song Qingshu and not Zhang Wuji. Otherwise, with Zhao Min by his side, his identity would be exposed at any moment. That unlucky fellow, revered Ming, was the best proof of that. Hey, if you want to go to the Wudong sect in the future, you can go by yourself. I'm not going, Zhou Zhirua suddenly said bashfully. Ah. Song Qingshu did not come back to his senses for a moment. I talked to second Uncle Yu and sixth Uncle Ian at the lion-slaying assembly and almost killed them. How could I have the face to go up the mountain with you? Serves Zhou Zhirua right for being unlucky. She thought that she would no longer have to care about Wudong's reputation after cutting off all ties with Zhang Wuji. In the end, Song Qingshu was also from Wudong. After going around in a big circle, he still had to call those people from Wudong's sect uncle. Song Qingshu finally understood and couldn't help but burst into laughter. You're still laughing? I've been so embarrassed. Zhou Zhirua was so angry that she stomped her feet. When Zhang Songshi and Yin Lighting came over, she didn't know how to face them, so she kept a straight face and didn't greet them. Seeing that Zhou Zhirua was so anxious that her eyes turned red, Song Qingshu quietly said after laughing, "Let's talk about this later. I don't even know if I will go to Mount Wudong again. When you said you were going back to Wudong to visit Grand Master and your father, was that a lie?" Zhou Zhirua was stunned. Indeed. Song Qingshu chuckled and said, "Don't make it sound so bad. I promised them that I would go back to Wudong sect, but I didn't say when I would come back. Just drag it out as long as you can." Zhou Zhirua's worry turned to joy. It's best if you don't go back to Mount Wudong. That broken place is not as beautiful as my Mount Amei. Song Qingshu's heart warmed, and he reached out to hold Zhou Zhirua's soft hand. Zhou Zhirua's body trembled slightly, but this time she didn't dodge. Holding her soft and smooth hand, Song Qingshu felt very satisfied. Seeing that the Golden Snake Conference was about to begin, he couldn't help but look around. This Golden Snake Conference was a gathering of heroes from all over the world, and almost all the major sects had representative. Shaolin Temple was represented by Xian Cheng and a group of monks, Wudong was represented by Zhang Songshi and Yin Lighting, and Chongyang Palace was represented by Qiu Chuji. He had no relationship with Chongyang Palace, so he didn't greet them. If it wasn't for Xing Rou's explanation, he really wouldn't have been able to tell which of the Chuanjian 7 masters he was. The beggar clan's 3 branches all had representative. Xiangyang beggar clan's representative was naturally Huang Rong, and she also brought De Wu, Xiao Wu, and Lu Youjiao. Jiangnan beggar clan's representatives were the elders Chen, Yuliang, and Jiefeng. In this world, Jiangnan beggar clan's chief Shi Huolong wasn't plotted against, but he was sick. Rumor had it that he wanted to pass on the chief's position, and the two most popular successors were Chen Yuliang and Jiefeng. Chen Yuliang was more popular, but Jiefeng's martial arts were higher, so a fierce battle was inevitable. Song Qinshu secretly shook his head. Jiefeng definitely wasn't Chen Yuliang's match. Thinking that Song Qinshu's original body was once threatened by Chen Yuliang, Song Qinshu smiled bitterly and shook his head. In history, Chen Yuliang was an unyielding man, and he never surrendered to the Yuan dynasty. Nobody knew why in this world he was secretly communicating with Zhao Min. Because of Xiao Feng, Hebei beggar clan's reputation was no longer what it used to be. This time, only one elder came, Quan Guanqing, and the rest were all junior disciples. The Five Mountain Sword sect, which had been catching up to Shaolin and Wudong, naturally came as well. However, other than the ambitious Zhuo Lengchan, the other sects were obviously not interested in this meeting, and casually sent away a few junior disciples. The Sun Moon sect also seemed to have a lot of experts, and they were faintly guarding Saintess Ren Yingying. The one sitting next to Ren Yingying was naturally Ling Huchong. As if feeling Song Qinshu's gaze, Ren Yingying turned her head and fiercely glared at him. Song Qinshu couldn't help but rub his nose and smile bitterly. It seemed that this saintess really hated him, but it was no wonder that she hated him to death after how he treated her in the past. Thinking of the enchanting scene in the bathtub on Blackwood Cliff, Song Qinshu couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Ren Yingying seemed to have the same thought as him, and her face turned red as she unnaturally turned her head away. Since the people of the Sun Moon sect had come, the Ming dynasty would naturally come as well. However, the seats of the Ming dynasty were empty, and not a single person was present. It was unknown whether it was because the revered Ming was injured a few days ago. The seats of the Tiandi Association and the Red Flower Society were next to each other. The people of the Tiandi Association were still all right, but the people of the Red Flower Society all glared at him, as if they wanted to eat him up. Song Qinshu was incomparably gloomy. When Tai Lai's gaze was pardonable, after all, his wife was done by him, so why did you wanting also look at him like that? You gave your wife away, and I didn't kill your son either. Why are you glaring at me instead of looking for pockmarked Kong? Other than you wanting, the Chen family, Luo Tai Lai, and the other old acquaintances, there were a few new faces among the people of the Red Flower Society. A sage-like old man sat at the head of the table, and it should be the Tianqi strange hero, Yuan Shishao. Song Qinshu frowned. In the original record of love and hatred of sword and calligraphy, although Yuan Shishao was the #1 expert in the world, the overall level of the martial arts of Jianghu in the book and sword was not high. He gathered a group of people but didn't dare to fight a pack of wolves head-on. Compared to Yang Guo, who could subdue hundreds of beasts with a long roar, he was far inferior. Song Qinshu really didn't know how Yuan Shishao could teach Qing and become her grandpa ape. Beside Yuan Shishao stood two beautiful young girls. One of them was dressed in a light green robe, and she was naturally Qing. Sensing Song Qinshu's gaze, Qing made a face in return, looking exceptionally charming and cute. The other young girl was dressed in a purple robe, and she was actually Yuan Zi, who had been tricked by him on Mount Amei. Song Qinshu couldn't help pinching Zhou Zhirua's little hand and asked, "Do you know Yuan Zi?" Zhou Zhirua took a look at him and nodded, saying, "She is the disciple of my senior uncle Baishao Nun, so she is my junior sister. I heard from my disciples that she came to Mount Amei to find me. Unfortunately, I was not on Mount Amei at that time, so I didn't know why she wanted to find me." Song Qinshu grinned. "I stole Yuan Zi's letter, so you certainly don't know it. I wonder what her expression will be when she finds out that I, the all-knowing man in Jianghu, am actually Zhou Zhirua's husband." On the other side, in the seats of the Red Flower Society, Hearing Yuanting and others talking about Song Qingshu's treachery and insidiousness, Ah Qing blinked her big eyes and said, "I think he is quite nice." Yuanzi snorted, saying, "Sister Ah Qing, don't be cheated by this despicable man. He is not a good guy." Thinking of Song Qingshu's face on Mount Amei and her being cheated by him, Yuanzi's chest heaved up and down violently. Chapter 445. Sister Z, do you know him? Qing tilted her head and asked curiously. Humph, I can recognize him even if he turns into ashes. Sister Z, do you know him? Qing tilted her head and asked curiously. It was not a glorious thing to be cheated on Mount Amei, so Yuanzi was too embarrassed to say it out. Watching Yuanzi and Ah Qing whispering to each other, Song Qingshu gasped as he knew that Yuanzi would not say anything nice to them. What's the relationship between your junior sister apprentice and Yuan Shishao, the strange swordsman of Tianqi? Song Qingshu suddenly turned to look at Zhou Zhiruo and asked. Zhou Zhiruo replied, Yuan Shishao is junior martial sister Yuan's grandfather. Yuan Shishao has a child? Didn't he fall in love with Guan Mingmei and stay single all his life? Song Qingshu cried out involuntarily. He remembered that in the original novel, Yuan Shishao and the two eagles of Tianshan had a lifelong love triangle. How do you know this? Now it was Zhou Zhiruo's turn to be surprised. Yuan Shishao had a deep relationship with the Amei faction, which she had heard from Miju before. He had a relationship with a woman in the south of the Yangtze River, but he still couldn't let go of Guan Mingmei, so he returned to Tianshan soon. Yuanzi should be the granddaughter of that woman. Song Qingshu sneered. This Yuan Shishao is really shameless, running away after eating and wiping his hands clean. Zhou Zhiruo frowned. Senior Yuan has been devoted to one woman all his life. That's a bit too much. Song Qingshu snorted. Since he likes Guan Mingmei, why did he flirt with other women? It's okay if he flirted with her, but why did he abandon her? For the sake of his reputation of being devoted to one woman, he caused a woman to give birth to a daughter out of wedlock. She has been lonely all her life. He is really a scumbag. Zhou Zhiruo said with a faint smile. According to what you said, does Senior Yuan have to be like you and marry every woman he sees? Then she glanced at Xingro, who was standing behind her. Xingro blushed and lowered her head. Song Qingshu sternly said, I am indeed a bastard, but at least I have one thing better than him, and that is, I will be responsible for every woman I have. I will never abandon her like he did. Xingro's body trembled. She had sensed that Zhou Zhiruo, the matriarch, wasn't easy to talk to and was feeling sorry for herself. However, after hearing Song Qingshu's words, her heart was finally at ease. Zhou Zhiruo was obviously moved, but she was unwilling to admit defeat. She couldn't help but snort, sophistry. With a faint smile, Song Qingshu didn't explain further. He fixed his eyes on Yuanzi. Judging from her expression, Yuanzi must have complained a lot about him in front of Ah Qing. In the Analects of Confucius, it was said that the evil purple stole the vermilion, and Confucius did not deceive me. In Jin Yong's novels, all the women with the word purple in their names were not good people, be it Z, Yuanzi, or even the Purple Dragon Queen. There was no exception. Thinking of the Purple Dragon Queen, who used to be the most beautiful woman in the world, Song Qingshu wondered if Venerable Ming had touched her. In theory, the saintesses of the Ming dynasty were offered to Venerable Ming, so it was normal for him to enjoy them. However, according to the timeline, the Purple Dragon Queen and her daughter should be far away in Persia now. Venerable Ming would definitely find a way to conquer the headquarters of Persia. Since the Ming dynasty was founded by him, it would be easy for him to conquer it. However, Xiao Zhao, the hierarch of the Ming dynasty, was deeply in love with Zhang Wuji. If she knew that her lover had been possessed by Venerable Ming, she might not be willing to submit to this so-called Venerable Ming. He had to find a way to remind them. Otherwise, if Venerable Ming easily conquered the headquarters, he would have a hard time. While Song Qingshu was deep in thought, Huang Rong had already stepped onto the platform to host the conference. Song Qingshu did not pay attention to what she said. After all, Xia Qingqing and Zhu Beol had already told him in private several times what he should pay attention to. When he came to himself, Huang Rong's speech had come to an end. The army of the Qing dynasty has set off from Yanjing City. I will not waste any more time. The competition officially begins. All the people who come to participate in the Golden Snake meeting are heroes who resist the foreign races. No matter who is injured, it will be a loss for the Revolutionary Army. So, I emphasize again that this competition should not be overdone. If the winner or loser has been decided, you will be disqualified from the competition. Next, let's welcome the first group of contestants. Song Qingshu of the Wanwu sect versus He Taizhou of the Five Poisons sect. Watching Huang Rong walking down the platform, swaying her waist gracefully, Song Qingshu did not know why an irrepressible desire arose in his heart. He could not help but be shocked. Could it be that the inner demon of the Mankasvara Zen appeared again? "It's you?" A surprised voice came from the opposite side, and Song Qingshu finally returned to his senses. He looked at the beautiful woman with phoenix eyes and long eyebrows that extended to her temples, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "We meet again." He Tiesho's face was gloomy. That day, he was poisoned by Murong Jingyue. In a daze, he had no choice but to grab a passing man to detoxify the poison. Although the Miao family's young ladies did not value their chastity as much as the Han people did, but after He Taizhou came to his senses, he could not help feeling ashamed and resentful that he wanted to die. He did not want to talk to Song Qingshu anymore, so naturally he did not know Song Qingshu's identity. She knew that the man came with Dongfang Bubi. Duan Yanqing and Ding Chuanqiu seemed to call him Prince Song. In fact, the conversation between Duan Yanqing, Ding Chuanqiu, and Song Qingshu had revealed a lot of information. She could find out the identity of Song Qingshu as long as she inquired a little. But that matter was the biggest hatred in her heart. Every time she thought about it, she would quickly divert her attention. Naturally, she did not know that the man who took her chastity was Song Qingshu, who had risen to fame in the past year. He Taizhou took a deep breath to ease her violently heaving chest and said coldly, "Make your move." Although she looked calm on the surface, her heart was in a mess. Last time, when Five Venom Sect returned in defeat, it made her realize that her strength was not enough. Therefore, after she escaped, she found a deep mountain forest and went into seclusion. She had a high aptitude in the first place. In a year's time, she had forcefully mastered the golden centipede hook, which no one in the He family had ever mastered before. It was more than 10 times stronger than the iron centipede hook she used before. When she participated in the preliminaries, she had used the golden centipede hook to make everyone pale. That was not all. She had even created a hidden weapon with incomparable power. It was called Sand Shooting Shadow. In an instant it could shoot out 999 fine needles. Each needle was smeared with the incomparably poisonous golden silkworm venom. As long as one was unable to dodge even one of the poisonous needles, even if one's martial arts were divine, one would still die on the spot. With this trump card, He Taizhou could be said to be complacent this time. She thought that even if she encountered someone whose martial arts were higher than her, she would still have the confidence to obtain the final victory. But unfortunately, the plans of man cannot surpass the plans of God. What He Taizhou did not expect was that her first opponent would actually be the man who took her chastity that day. Song Qingshu suddenly smiled strangely. He looked at the coquettish woman and asked, "After that night, did you really use your inner force to force those things out?" The fastest update, read please. Chapter 446. He Tiesho's face reddened, but she wasn't as bashful as most Han girls. Instead, she glared back at him with a bit of shrewdness. "It's none of your business." Seeing the smile on Song Qingshu's face deepen, He Taizhou finally couldn't hold on any longer. With a delicate shout, she waved the golden centipede hook to attack. As Song Qingshu dodged, he said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "I remember that your arms were white and smooth. Why do you always wear that hook to scare people?" What do you know? This is my 5-poison sex secret technique, the golden centipede hook." He Taizhou had originally been holding back a bit, but seeing Song Qingshu leisurely dodge each of his moves, he no longer held back. The speed at which he waved the golden centipede hook increased a bit, and the golden light that filled the sky immediately enveloped Song Qingshu. Xia Qingqing, who was watching from below the stage, felt her heart tighten. She felt that He Tieshou's golden centipede hook was quite similar to her father's golden snake sword technique. But then she remembered that both came from the 5-poison sect, and Xia Qingqing understood. Although He Tieshou's golden centipede hook was exquisite and treacherous, in Xia Qingqing's opinion, its power was at most equal to the golden snake sword technique. Song Qingshu had seen the golden snake sword technique many times, so he naturally had no problem dealing with the golden centipede hook. Sure enough, He Taizhou seemed to have used too much strength in one of her moves. As the hook swung out, Song Qingshu's feet slipped to the side, and he seized the opportunity to grab her wrist and pull forward. He Taizhou immediately lost her footing and looked like she was about to fall flat on her face. In the end, Song Qingshu couldn't bear to embarrass her like this. His other hand quietly wrapped around her waist, and he took the opportunity to stabilize her body. He Taizhou was dressed like a meow woman, revealing her milky white belly. Therefore, when Song Qingshu hugged her, he could feel her smooth, jade-like skin without reservation. Xia Qingqing, who was watching from below the stage, couldn't help but spit. This pervert, he can't help but take advantage of beautiful women again. Smelling the familiar scent on Song Qingshu's body, He Taizhou couldn't help but recall the scene in the pool, especially when she felt the heat coming from his palm. Her skin was covered in a mysterious layer of captivating red. "Let go." He Taizhou struggled to get out of his grasp, but who would have thought that all the strength in his body would disappear like a clay ox entering the sea. The other party was firmly holding on to him, not moving an inch. "I can't bear to let it go." Song Qingshu grinned as he moved closer to He Taizhou and blew into his ear. "Does this count as my win?" The ear was one of the most sensitive parts of a woman. He Tieshou's body trembled as he blew on her. She bit her lip and humphed, "How could it be so easy?" As soon as he finished speaking, He Tieshou's leg suddenly shot out from under her skirt. Like a scorpion's tail, it kicked towards his head from behind. "Wow!" Song Qingshu hurriedly let go. He stood a few steps away and looked at her with a face full of shock. "Are you a female scorpion? You can even kick me like this?" He Tieshou's astonishing flexibility made Song Qingshu's imagination run wild. "I am a female scorpion. I specialize in stinging pretty boys like you." He Taizhou smiled generously and immediately attacked again. Having learned her lesson from last time, she was even more cautious in her attacks this time. She almost never made physical contact with him. She used the golden centipede hook in her left hand and the red spider whip in her right. One was close while the other was far away. Their coordination was quite good. Each time Song Qingshu seemed to be able to dodge her soft whip and golden centipede hook by a hair's breadth, but He Taizhou knew very well how leisurely his opponent was walking in the courtyard. He already knew that his opponent's martial arts skill was far superior to hers, and right now he was just teasing her. On one hand, He Taizhou was angry and ashamed. On the other hand, she was secretly happy. The Miao girls were not as hesitant as the Han girls when it came to love. Although she did not necessarily love Song Qingshu was still her first man. Seeing that he was so strong, He Taizhou thought about what happened that night and felt a little better. Suddenly, He Taizhou was stunned. If Song Qingshu's martial arts were so high, then how could she have easily subdued Song Qingshu? And then the two of them, you bastard! He Tieshou's expression turned cold. She bit her lip and attacked him with all her might. Wow, what's wrong with you? Song Qingshu could not understand why she would suddenly change her expression. A second ago, she was looking at him affectionately, making it seem like she was using the rushing spirit sword technique. But in the next second, her every move was ruthless, as if she was going to fight him to the death. This girl from the Five Poison sect looks so delicate, but I didn't expect her martial arts to be so high. That's right. But her moves are a little too vicious. Every move she makes is aimed at the lower half of the body. Say, could it be that the man ran away after eating, and this girl is looking for him to take revenge? Yes, it's very possible. I can't take it anymore. The more I look, the more I feel a chill between my legs. I have to go relieve myself. Let's go together. With Song Qingshu's current cultivation, he could even hear the sound of a mosquito within a radius of several dozen feet. Naturally, he could hear the whispers of the people below the stage. He nodded his head in agreement. This He Taizhou was really too ruthless. Every move she made was aimed at that part of the body. Song Qingshu noticed the strange expressions on the faces of the people from the prestigious sections. They all felt that he was looking at her as if he had used her and then abandoned her. Song Qingshu really could not hold on any longer. He found an opening and tapped on He Tieshou's numbing acupoint, finally restraining her. I admit it, Miss He. Song Qingshu wiped the sweat off his forehead and cupped his hands towards her. He Tieshou's expression fluctuated. Although her acupoint was subdued and she couldn't circulate her qi, she still had a trump card, shooting sand. In the original work, shooting sand could even be used by an ordinary person like Wei Xiaobao who didn't know any martial arts, so naturally, he didn't need to use internal energy. Now, He Taizhou only needed to move her finger and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of fine needles would shoot out from her chest. Now, Song Qingshu was standing in front of her defenseless. At such a close distance, he couldn't dodge at all. Even if his martial arts were higher and he had a wall of qi to protect his body, shooting sand was as fine as a cow's hair and was specialized in breaking internal qi. As long as one of them pierced through his skin, the golden silkworm poison on the tip of the needle was the world's most poisonous poison. No matter how high his martial arts were, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Miss He. Seeing that He Taizhou didn't say anything, Song Qingshu was worried that as a woman, she wouldn't be able to keep her face. He hurriedly apologized. Today I offended you, I hope Miss will forgive me. He Taizhou looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Did you offend me today? Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. He already knew that the young girl of the Miao family was bold and direct. He was afraid that she would tell the world what happened that day in front of the world's heroes. That would be really embarrassing. Seeing his embarrassed face, He Taizhou finally let go of her fingers that were holding the mechanism. All right, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your life. Yes. Miss is a great person with a big heart. Thank you for not killing me. Song Qingshu didn't know that he had just walked around the gates of hell. He thought that she was just being stubborn, but he didn't really want to argue with her. Now that the winner and the loser had been decided, everyone present could see it clearly. He just pushed the boat with the current and hurriedly coaxed the girl in front of him. After Song Qingshu unsealed the acupoints on his body, He Taizhou softly snorted and turned to leave, as if she didn't want to look at Song Qingshu again. Huang Rong timely walked onto the stage. In the first round, Song Xiaoxiao won. Next, let's welcome Jinyang swordsman Xiao Band and Xingxiu Sex Yu Tangji. Chapter 447. Text online reading site domain mobile phone reading. Please visit. When Song Qingshu returned to his seat, He saw Zhou Zhihua looking at him with a faint smile. He couldn't help but blush and asked guiltily, "What's wrong?" Zhou Zhihua had a strange expression on her face. "Someone once swore that he had nothing to do with this Miss He." Song Qingshu said awkwardly, "I really have nothing to do with her. Except for the friendly sex." Song Qingshu added in his mind, "Do you think I'm blind?" Zhou Zhihua snorted. "You guys were so lovey-dovey on stage. No one would believe that nothing happened between you two." Song Qingshu was extremely gloomy. He couldn't possibly explain to her that he had been raped before he had mastered his martial arts. Firstly, no one would believe him. Secondly, even if they were willing to believe him, he couldn't afford to lose face. "Zhihua, who do you think will win, the swordsman of Jinyang or the iron-headed man?" Song Qingshu immediately changed the topic. When Yutanji stepped onto the stage, his iron head made everyone gasp. But when they remembered that he was a disciple of the Xingqiu sect, they understood how strange he was. Song Qingshu looked at Yutanji's appearance and subconsciously thought of Azi. The last time he went to the waterside pavilion, it seemed that Azu and Xiao Feng had not met, so Azi naturally had no reason to follow Xiao Feng. Then where did this iron head of Yutanji come from? How did he become a disciple of the Constellation sect? If nothing had happened, then Zi should be in the Xingqiu sect now. Could Yutanji have met her again and joined the Xingqiu sect? Song Qingshu couldn't help but rub his nose. In the original novel, Yutanji was even more miserable than Song Qingshu, second only to Lin Pingji. In the original novel, Song Qingshu was only given the halo of being stupid and narrow-minded. The dignified young master of Wudong sect only wanted to find his sweetheart, Zhou Zhihua. In the end, he inexplicably became a female disciple who peeped at Ame in the middle of the night. Coincidentally, he was discovered by 7th Uncle Muo Xinggu. 7th Uncle Muo Xinggu wanted to kill him and accidentally killed Muo Xinggu. What bad luck! But compared to Yu Tanji and Lin Pingji, this was really nothing. Their lives were full of ups and downs, but Lao Jin still named them Tanji and Pingji. What a bad taste! As Song Qingshu's imagination ran wild, Zhou Zhihua began to judge based on the situation on the field. Jinyang hero has been famous for many years. His art of the mixed elements cannot be underestimated. That iron head is nameless in Jianghu, but he is only a disciple of the Constellation sect. Even if Ding Chuanxiu personally fought against Xiao Banf, he might not be able to win without using poison, let alone a disciple of his. Song Qingshu laughed. "Why don't we make a bet? I bet that Iron Head will win." He had fought with Xiao Ban before, and his opponent's art of the mixed elements was indeed good, but compared to Yu Tanji's ice silkworm and the mutated genuine qi of the I Jinjing, it was a little lacking. After all, in the original work, even a battle maniac like Xiao Feng was suppressed by Yu Tanji's cold and poisonous genuine qi. Zhou Zhihua looked at the stage a few more times and shook her head slightly. That Iron Head's martial arts are too shallow, not much stronger than the average disciple of the Ame sect. How can he win? Song Qingshu revealed a sly smile. "Since you are willing to bet, then let's set up a wager." "What wager?" Zhou Zhihua asked curiously. "Let's bet on a kiss," Song Qingshu said in a low voice. "If you win, I will kiss you. If I win, you kiss me." "Bah!" Zhou Zhihua spat. "No matter who wins or loses, won't it benefit you? Then do you want to bet?" Song Qingshu looked at the side of Zhou Zhihua's face. The skin on her face was as smooth as jade, and he really couldn't help but want to take a bite. Bah, why did I think of the word bite? Okay, I'll bet. Song Qingshu originally thought that with Zhou Zhihua's personality, she would definitely ignore him. Who knew that the corner of her mouth would curl up beautifully, and she actually agreed. Song Qingshu was slightly startled, and a wave of joy welled up in his heart. He quickly turned around to look at the situation in the arena. It didn't matter who won or lost, He just hoped that they would finish fighting quickly. Zhou Zhirua suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise, and looked at the stage with a puzzled expression. What is Xiao Ban worried about? Why doesn't he dare to get within a foot of that iron head? In her eyes, the iron head's moves were full of flaws. She could have subdued him in a few moves, but who knew that Xiao Ban's hand would slow down halfway, and the iron head would react and miss a good opportunity? There were many people in the arena who had such doubts. Not far away, Guofu also pulled Huang Rong and asked, "Mother, that iron head's kung fu is even worse than mine. Why can't he defeat the swordsman of Jinyang after so long? He's as famous as my father." Guofu wrinkled her nose, obviously very dissatisfied. Song Qingshu secretly praised her. Although this Miss Guo's temper was not very good, she had inherited her mother's looks. She was really beautiful. Noticing Song Qingshu's gaze, Guofu couldn't help but stare back at him, obviously still holding a grudge for his previous rudeness. This girl, she still dares to stare at me like this after seeing my kung fu. Should I say that the newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger, or that the big breasts have no brains? Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. It just so happened that Zhou Zhirua was also puzzled by this question, so he deliberately raised his voice and explained to the two. Although the Iron Head's kung fu is rough, his inner force is extremely strange. Not only is it vigorous and treacherous, but it is also mixed with extremely cold poison. Every time swordsman Xiao fights with him, his cold poison genuine qi will take the opportunity to invade the meridians in his hands, and his moves will naturally stagnate. Hehe, I didn't know that Yu Tanji's cold genuine qi also has the effect of delaying halo. Although Huang Rong didn't understand the last sentence, the explanation before was very detailed. Huang Rong listened and nodded slightly. She was secretly shocked, such a long distance, but he can actually see the genuine qi of the two people on the stage clearly. How high is his kung fu? Mother and daughter were connected. Guofu couldn't help but pout as if she was trying to solve Huang Rong's doubts. You must be making it up. How would you know from so far away? Who knew that as soon as her voice fell, Tan Ji, who was on the stage, suddenly began to counterattack. Xiao Ban dodged in panic. His palm hit a flagpole on the side of the ring. The flagpole, which was still fluttering in the wind, was covered with a layer of frost at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before long, even the flying flag was frozen. In an instant, the flag went from moving to being still. That kind of absurd feeling of contradiction caused everyone present to hold their breaths. Following that, an uproar broke out as everyone began to discuss it. In the fight between Xiao Ban and Yu Tanji, except for a few top-notch experts who could see the problem, most people actually had the same thought as Guofu. They all felt that this swordsman of Jinyang didn't live up to his reputation. Even if they went up to fight him, they would be able to defeat him easily. Guofu stuck out her tongue in lingering fear. When she turned around to look, she discovered that Song Qingshu was staring at her with a faint smile on his face. She could not help but blush. Humph, a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. What is there to be proud of? The fastest update, read please. Chapter 448. Burning Text Library. Song Qingshu naturally wouldn't lower himself to her level. He turned around and was about to speak to Zhou Zhirua when he saw that she was looking at him teasingly. What? Is there a flower on my face? Song Qingshu touched his face suspiciously. There was nothing on his face. I didn't know you were so good at pleasing girls. Zhou Zhirua shook her head slightly and turned her attention back to the arena, leaving only her elegant side profile. Song Qingshu looked like he was choking. Am I trying to please her? Didn't you see how she looked like she was going to eat me up? Zhou Zhirua smiled and said, This is just your plan to loosen the reins only to grasp them better. Although she hates you to the point that her teeth itch, you have successfully aroused her curiosity. It's only a matter of time before her hatred turns to love. Forget it. I'll just ignore her, okay? Song Qinshu shuddered at the thought of how Guofu's affection for Yang Guo in the original novel had led to a series of tragedies for Yang Guo. He turned back to look at the two people in the arena and said proudly, "What do you think? I've won this time, right?" On the arena, Xiao Ban was defending more than he was attacking. Obviously, he was completely suppressed by Yu Tanji's cold yin qi, and his defeat was only a matter of time. Before the dust settles, anything can happen. Zhou Zhiruo pursed her lips and said stubbornly, "What other changes could there be?" The smile on Song Qingshu's face suddenly froze. It turned out that Xiao Ban had suddenly sped up and pressed on the vital acupoints all over Yu Tanji's body. Yu Tanji let out a loud roar, and activated his ice Zhen Qi to its fullest extent. With his feet as the center of the circle, a layer of frost covered the surrounding several feet. Unfortunately, Xiao Ban had changed his normal state, and his figure had become elusive and ghostly. Every strike of Yu Tanji's landed on empty air, and on the contrary, Yu Tanji was unable to dodge his opponent's attacks. After a dozen moves, Yu Tanji could no longer resist, and fell to the ground. "Did you see that? I won." Zhou Zhiruo clapped her hands excitedly and looked at Song Qinshu with excitement. "You're already married, yet you still call yourself a lady. How shameless!" Song Qinshu teased. "All right, since you've won, it's time for me to pay up." Zhou Zhiruo finally came back to her senses. She remembered that if she won, she should be kissed by Song Qinshu. "Then hurry up." Zhou Zhiruo lowered her head and said quickly as she scanned the surroundings. Everyone's attention was drawn to the arena and no one was looking in her direction. "Good girl, move your little mouth closer." Song Qinshu was in a good mood. Looking at her tender and beautiful red lips, he couldn't help but feel aroused. He reached out his hand and gently hooked her smooth jade-like chin. Who knew that Zhou Zhiruo would slap his hand away and snort, "You're only allowed to kiss my face. Don't push your luck." Song Qinshu really didn't understand. On the bed, Zhou Zhiruo had unlocked so many positions with him. Why was she still so shy? However, looking at Zhou Zhiruo's lowered head, her eyelashes trembling, and the skin on her face that was as white as jade, with a slight blush, Song Qinshu suddenly felt that just kissing her cheek was also an extremely beautiful pleasure. Guofu glanced in Song Qinshu's direction from time to time. She happened to see Zhou Zhiruo sitting there like she was at his mercy, allowing Song Qinshu's lips to touch her cheek. "You're so shameless." It wasn't clear whether she was scolding Song Qinshu or looking down on Zhou Zhiruo. Hearing her daughter's voice, Huang Rong turned around and happened to see the scene of Song Qinshu kissing Zhou Zhiruo. Under the sunlight, one was handsome and his eyes were incomparably pure, while the other was like a fairy who had been banished from the mortal world, her face full of shyness and sweetness. What a lovely couple! Huang Rong couldn't help feeling a little absent-minded. Brother Jing would never do something so intimate with her in public. Although she had never regretted marrying him, they had been busy guarding Xiangyang all these years, and the sweetness between husband and wife was really too little. Huang Rong used to be a carefree young girl who looked forward to romantic love. Now she had become a woman who had to run around everywhere and had to scheme all the time. Occasionally thinking about it, Huang Rong still felt a sense of loss in her heart. Huang Rong quickly dispelled this inexplicable emotion in her mind. With a smile on her face, she gracefully walked onto the arena and examined Yu Tanji's injury. She found that his acupuncture points were only sealed. She couldn't help but nod and loudly said, "This round is Jinyang's hero Zhao's victory. Next, let's welcome Tian Di Hui's Zhang Duozichun and the fourth lady, Miss Yang." If one didn't know Chen Jinan, it would be useless to become a hero. Chen Jinan was really too famous. Hearing that it was his turn, the crowd in the arena started to clamor. More than half of them were cheering for him. But when Yang Miaozhen stepped onto the arena, her tall figure wrapped in tight clothes, especially her two long slender legs, made the eyes of the crowd of Jianghu people light up. For a moment, whistling and swallowing of saliva filled the air, and from time to time, there were even a few vulgar words mixed in. That spear on the little lady's back is so long, but it's a little thin. Coincidentally, I also play with spears, and it's a little thicker than yours. Are you interested in seeing it? What man wouldn't throw away his armor if he were to be pinched by this long leg? Shoo, lower your voice. Why don't you ask about the fourth lady's reputation? Are you tired of living? What's there to be afraid of? There are so many people here, and she knows who's shouting. Bah, you men are really vulgar. Zhou blushed and couldn't help spitting. Song Qingshu had an innocent expression on his face. This has nothing to do with me. I'm not as vulgar as them. You're even more vulgar than them. Zhou seemed to have thought of something, and her ears turned red. On the arena, Yang Miaojin wasn't as shy as Zhou. Hearing all kinds of vulgar words, she raised her eyebrows and angrily shouted at the group of people who were the loudest, "If you want to ride me, you can. But if you have the ability, you have to defeat my pear blossom spear." As soon as she finished speaking, pear blossoms bloomed in the sky. The people who were shouting the loudest just now had their headscarves blown by the pear blossoms. They immediately found that a large part of their hair was missing, and they couldn't help but shiver in fear. Good spear technique. You can actually wield the spear so realistically. Zhou eyes lit up. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that every pear blossom was a dance of Yang Miaojin's spearhead. The spearhead was struck out with gangqi, and it was really shocking that she could control it so accurately from such a distance. Many knowledgeable people in the arena nodded in agreement. Most people thought that Yang Miaojin was just a female bandit leader. Her nickname of One Pear Blossom Spear, invincible under the heavens, was just a group of lowly bandits trying to add gold to her name. But the strength that Yang Miaojin displayed made many famous experts of the Jianghu feel ashamed of their inferiority. Song Qingshu had seen her dazzling pear blossom spear, so he wasn't as surprised as the others. Right now, he was thinking about another matter. What Xiao Ban displayed just now wasn't the art of the mixed element. Why did that movement technique feel so familiar? Where had he seen it before? R1058. Chapter 449. Brother Song, have you forgotten how I was injured in Xingjing so quickly? Unknowingly, Zhu Xiaoyi had finished chatting with the people of Mu Palace and returned to Song Qingshu's side. Originally, she was used to calling him Song Lang, but in front of Zhou Zhiruo, she really couldn't call him that, so she had to settle for the next best thing. After being reminded by Audio, Song Qingshu suddenly realized why he felt that Xiao Ban's movements looked familiar. It turned out that he was the black-clothed man who had sneak-attacked him in Xingjing and injured Audio. Although I've forgotten how little sister Audio got injured, I remember the process of treating your injuries very clearly. Although Song Qingshu was teasing him, he was thinking in his heart, what is the identity of this Xiao Ban who deliberately hides his martial arts? I hate you. Zhu Xiaoyi blushed and was too embarrassed to pay attention to him. She quickly ran to Zhou Zhiruo's side and whispered to her. At this time, the two people on the stage were about to start the competition. I've long heard that Leader Chen's blood coagulation divine claw is unparalleled in Wulin. I hope you won't hesitate to teach me. After Yang Miaojin intimidated the lecher below the stage, she turned around and cupped her hands towards Chen Jinan in satisfaction. The fourth lady's pear blossom spear really deserves its reputation. Please. Chen Jinan slowly pulled out his long sword with a dignified expression. This time, the Golden Snake meeting had gathered many masters. He knew that although his martial arts were good, there was still a big gap between him and the real top masters, so he didn't have the idea of winning first place this time. He just wanted to take the opportunity to make friends with the future leader of the Golden Snake Camp and communicate with some other anti-Qing and restoring Ming group. But he didn't expect that his first opponent would be so difficult to deal with. Based on the attainments of the spear technique shown by the opponent just now, Chen Jinan knew that he was no match for her. He couldn't help but smile bitterly when he thought that he, the dignified leader of Tiandihui, had been defeated by a woman. However, he was an upright and broad-minded person, so he quickly adjusted his mentality. Looking at the two people on the stage, Zhou Zhirua frowned and said, "This boss Chen's swordsmanship can barely be considered exquisite, but it's too conventional. He really can't be considered a real master. I feel that he doesn't live up to his name." Hearing this, with a bitter laugh, Song Qinshu said, "Chen Zongduozu's reputation did not depend on his martial arts skill, but on his upright and candid character. For many years he has been actively working for the cause of resisting the Manchurian Qing, that's why everybody respects him so much. Besides, Zongduozu Chen's martial arts skill isn't weak. It's more than enough to deal with ordinary Jianghu experts. Zhirua, in any case, you are someone who has won the title of number one in the world. Naturally, you can't use your own standards to judge him. You're not allowed to mention that." Zhou Zhirua felt her face burning hot. At that time, she didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After learning a bit of the 9-yin manual, she went to the lion-slaying assembly to flaunt her prowess. By coincidence, she really gained the title of number one in the world. However, Zhou Zhirua knew very well that at that time, firstly, she had the white python whip technique and the 9-yin white bone claw, and secondly, a real master would disdain to fight with a girl of the younger generation like her. She had only defeated a bunch of second-rate characters in Jianghu. The only real master she had encountered, Zhang Wuji, was defeated by her using her old friendship, thinking that Zhang Wuji had been possessed by revered Ming at the lion-slaying assembly. Zhou Zhirua suddenly became incomparably dejected. Noticing Zhou Zhirua's expression, Song Qinshu asked, "Did you think of him?" Zhou Zhirua nodded, but immediately felt that it was inappropriate. Just as she was about to explain, Song Qinshu smiled warmly and said, "Don't worry, I'm not such a petty person." Zhou Zhirua was a little touched, but then Song Qinshu added, "Who doesn't have an ex-boyfriend?" She couldn't help but roll her eyes in anger and reach out to pinch him. "I'm going to die, I'm going to die." Song Qinshu felt a sharp pain in his hand. Of course, he didn't want to use his protective true qi to push her away. Anyway, he kind of enjoyed this kind of quarrel between lovers. Noticing Song Qinshu's expression, Zhou Zhirua hurriedly let go of his hand and asked with concern, "Is it really painful?" Zhu Aishuan teased. He knows that sister is soft-hearted, so he purposely made such an exaggerated sound. His skin is thicker than a wild boar, how could it be painful? Hearing this, Xingro giggled, but immediately felt that something was wrong, so she hurriedly covered her mouth and laughed. Not far away, Guofu looked over from time to time. Seeing Song Qinshu and the three girls chatting happily, she couldn't help but snort and say, "He's really a playboy." After such a long time, the competition in the arena was also coming to an end. Chen Jinan was very clear that if it was really a life-and-death battle, his opponent would have had several opportunities to take advantage of his weakness and hurt his tendons. And his unique skill, the coagulation divine claw, could only be used in close combat, but his opponent's long spear was dancing around his body, so the coagulation divine claw couldn't be used. Moreover, the coagulation divine claw was extremely fierce. Those who were hit by it would have their blood slowly coagulated after 3 days, turning into a paste, and there was no cure. Unless he was fighting against the Tartars, Chen Jinan usually wouldn't use this unique skill. Now that he knew that Yang Miaozhen had been holding back, how could Chen Jinan not know what was good for him? He drew his long sword in front of him, took the opportunity to jump out of the ring, and said in a clear voice, "There's no need to compete anymore. The fourth lady's spear technique is exquisite and peerless. I admit defeat." Yang Miaozhen secretly admired his broad-mindedness. Because Chen Jinan was too famous, she had always been worried about how to win and save face for him. Now that he proposed it himself, it couldn't be better. Headmaster Chen is really a gentleman. He didn't have the heart to use his unique skill, the coagulation divine claw, on little sister. I thank you here. As soon as Yang Miaozhen said this, the heroes under the ring began to talk about it. Most of them had heard of the prestige of the coagulation divine claw. Seeing that Chen Jinan would rather lose than hurt this girl, he was really noble. Listening to all kinds of praises from below the ring, Chen Jinan smiled bitterly to himself. In the situation just now, even if he used the coagulation divine claw, he might not have been able to catch his opponent. However, Chen Jinan had led Tian Dihui to contend with the Manchurian Qing for a long time, so he was not a pedantic scholar. His own reputation was very helpful to the great cause of fighting the Qing and restoring the Ming, so he did not expose everything. He only smiled kindly toward Yang Miaozhen. Song Qingshu looked at all of this with a pensive expression. Chen Jinan lost, but his prestige did not fall. Compared to Chen Jinan, his realm was still a bit far away. In the past, he had always been going against the heaven's will, so naturally it was exceptionally difficult. It seemed like going with the flow was the way of the king. Huang Rong continued on the ring and summarized the martial arts competition. In just a few sentences, she affirmed Yang Miaozhen's martial arts skill and also praised Chen Jinan's many years of fighting the Qing and restoring the Ming. Not only did she give both sides face, she also ignited the enthusiasm of the heroes in the audience to resist the foreign tribes. The group of Mongolians who were sitting below the stage felt extremely awkward. Zhao Min looked at the beautiful figure on the stage and smiled. This woman is not just born with good looks. After the crowd quieted down, Huang Rong cleared her throat and said, "Next, let's welcome beggar clans He Shiwo against Mount Song's disciple Shi Patian." The fastest update read please. Chapter 450. Song Qingshu was stunned. How did Shi Patian become a disciple of Song Mountain? Zuolenshan's lips curled into a proud smile as he watched the silly boy walk into the ring. Zuolenshan had always been ambitious. Now that the world was in chaos and heroes were rising up, he was naturally unwilling to be a sect leader. Therefore, on the one hand, he was thinking of ways to merge the 5 mountain sword sects, and on the other hand, he was recruiting soldiers and buying horses. He recruited many people who were regarded as heretics by the righteous sects, waiting for the right time to rise up. It was a pity that he had worked so hard for so many years, but in the end, the dignified leader of the 5 mountain sword faction was defeated by a nobody, Song Qingshu, on Mount Tai, and his prestige was swept to the ground. Fortunately, the heavens did not disappoint those who persevered. Later on, he met this young man, who was dull and simple, but had an incomparably powerful internal energy. In terms of internal energy, even Zuolenshan was far inferior to him, not to mention other people of the Song Mountain sect. Zuolenshan won Shi Potion's favor with a little trick, and successfully let him join the Song Mountain sect. In this Golden Snake Camp assembly, Zuolenshan could be said to be full of ambition. If he could enter the Golden Snake Camp, with the Song Mountain sect's own strength, Zuolenshan would immediately become the leader of the strongest force in the Central Plains, and he would be one step closer to his goal of conquering the world. Mother, is this He Shifo from the beggar sect? Why haven't I heard of him before? Guofu asked Huang Rong doubtfully. Huang Rong frowned. She seemed to have thought of something. This He Shifu is not well known in the beggar sect. He is only a middle-level disciple and his kung fu is mediocre. Of course you have not heard of him. Guofu was disappointed to hear Huang Rong say his martial arts were mediocre. Why did Jiangnan send such a person to participate? Because Huang Rong used to be the leader of the beggar sect, Guofu always had a sense of familiarity with the beggar sect. Naturally, she hoped that the beggar sex contestant could win. Now that she heard that Shifo's martial arts were mediocre, she naturally felt depressed. "Mother, I don't know what Jiangnan is planning." Huang Rong thought that if Jiangnan was interested in gaining the strength of the Golden Snake Camp, they should have chosen someone with good kung fu. For example, Elder Jie Feng of Jiangnan seemed to have good kung fu. Why did Xiangyang send such a person without any news? Noticing Huang Rong's knitted eyebrows, Song Qingshu smiled. "No matter how smart you are, you won't realize that the Jiangnan beggar gang has long been infiltrated by Zhao Min's forces. This time, He Shiwo was just going through the motions. He allowed me to qualify for the competition, which has already played its role. Next, as long as I can win first place, Zhao Min will naturally gain a reliable ally, so she doesn't need to send a top master to participate in the competition. But if Zhao Min knew that my imaginary enemy is Mongolia, I wonder what she would think." Song Qingshu could not help but wonder. Looking at the somewhat wooden youth in front of him, Huado let out a long sigh. Even though he was a Mongolian prince in name, that was only a title given to him by Temujin. The other Mongol kings all had tens of thousands of warriors under their command, but he was the only one who was alone. Temujin had never assigned him an army, and similarly, no one was willing to join him. This was because everyone knew that his grandfather was Zamo, the man who was Temujin's sworn brother in name, but turned against him and was killed by Temujin after his defeat in battle. As a descendant of Zamo, Huado should be thankful that he was able to keep his life, but he was not satisfied. Zamo's blood was surging in his veins. He wanted to take back everything that belonged to his grandfather and become the master of the Mongolian plains. So even though everyone looked at him coldly, he still did everything he could to climb up. First, he worked hard to become the disciple of the Mongolian imperial advisor, Jinluan Fuang. But even though the imperial advisor's reputation was great and could raise his status, it could not satisfy Huado's ambition. He needed his own subordinates, his own power, and his own army. So when the Mongolians wanted to send someone to the Central Plains as a spy, Huado volunteered himself and willingly left his home to run to the Central Plains. Finally, he successfully infiltrated the beggar clan. He killed the originally ordinary He Shiwo and impersonated him. After a few years, because of his strong kung fu and his ability to handle matters, he gradually gained the appreciation of the Jiangnan beggar clan and successfully became the beggar clan's representative for this year's Golden Snake gathering. Originally, when he got this opportunity, Huado was wild with joy. If he could gain the power of the Golden Snake Battalion, then his dream would come true. So he didn't even take Zhao Min's advice of not revealing his kung fu and intentionally losing the competition to heart. But after seeing the kung fu of the previous contestants, Huado finally calmed down. He knew that even though his kung fu was okay, compared to those people, it was far inferior. Since he had no hope of winning, then there was no need to reveal his kung fu and go against Zhao Min's wishes. Thinking of the beautiful but cruel princess, Huado couldn't help but shiver. He had a feeling that his hatred for Temujin, as well as all of his ambitions, was completely clear to her. But she allowed him to do as he pleased and had no intention of stopping him. All these years, on one hand, Huado was afraid of this princess, but on the other hand, he admired her very much. In his heart, this young princess of the Ruyang Palace was simply a perfect person, whether it was her beauty, intelligence, strategy, or scheming. Only when Zhao Min threw herself at Zhang Wuji without any hesitation did Huado remember that she was also a woman. Sometimes, in the dead of night, he would let his imagination run wild. If he could win the heart of Princess Zhao Min and become the princess of the Ruyang Palace, then restoring his grandfather's former glory would not be impossible. Hey, these two are staring at each other. Are they going to fight or not? Yeah, if you don't want to fight, then get off the stage. The crowd below the stage booed. Whether it was He Shiwo or Shurpatian, They were both nameless in Jianghu. Naturally, the crowd below the stage was not as polite as before, and they all started to make a ruckus. Huadou's face turned red. His mind was in a mess, and he was distracted just now. Luckily, that idiot didn't take the opportunity to attack. Although he couldn't reveal his identity this time and could only use his special kung fu, he couldn't lose too badly and be eliminated in the first round. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to survive in the beggar clan in the future. This idiot in front of me appeared at just the right time. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have full confidence in winning against anyone else. Kid, seeing how young you are, I'll let you make the first move. Now that he was a disciple of the beggar clan, Huadou said to Sherpatian. Sherpotion's expression suddenly became awkward. This, I don't know how to control my strength, I'm afraid I'll hurt Senior. Hearing his words, the crowd below the stage roared with laughter. Guofu clapped her hands and giggled. This kid is even more stupid than his father. Huang Rong was speechless. This brat, how could he say that? Chapter 451. Fine, since this little kid doesn't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is, then I'll make the first move. Hearing Sherpotion's words, Huadou was enraged. He laughed coldly and said, I won't really hurt you, just watch, I'll stretch out my hand and grab the back of your neck, then I'll smash your tendons. Huadou knew his status. Facing a stupid youth, even if he won, it wouldn't be something to be proud of, so he planned to smash his opponent to the ground. That way, his opponent would lose in an embarrassing manner, but he wouldn't actually be injured. Not only would he win, but he would also seem to be merciful. Even though Huadou couldn't reveal his martial arts were considered to be at the top of the younger generation. His foresight and techniques were all unique. As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand stretched out and grabbed the back of Sherpotion's neck. This move was fast, and the angle was strange. How could Sherpatian avoid it? He felt that the strength in his hand was extremely strong. As soon as he was grabbed, his body was sent flying into the air. He quickly gathered his strength and stabilized himself. His right arm stretched out and blocked his hand. Huadou had obviously grabbed the pressure point on the back of his neck. He wanted to use this opportunity to throw Sherpatian away, but who would have thought that when he used his strength to lift Sherpatian up, his opponent would fall back down. He couldn't lift him up. At the same time, his right arm was blocked by him. He felt his arm go numb. He had no choice but to let go. Huadou gave a "ee" sound, he thought. This little kid's internal energy is really good. His left hand stretched out and grabbed Sherpotion's chest. He took the opportunity to throw him away, but he still couldn't move him. Sherpatian was already prepared for this second move. He wanted to avoid it, but in the end, he was still caught by Huadou. He was full of admiration and praised. Senior is really good. Even though Sherpotion's internal energy was world-shaking, he was at a disadvantage because he hadn't received any proper training in martial arts, so he was at a disadvantage in terms of stances. If the opponent's stances were strange, he wouldn't be able to react in time. Of course, he had internal energy protecting his body. Even if the opponent's stances were at an advantage, it would be difficult for them to injure him. Even though Sherpatian was sincerely praising him, in Huadou's ears, it was as if he was being slapped in the face. He felt his face burning. He couldn't stop himself from angrily giving a humph. He didn't say anything and used his left leg to trip him. Sherpotion's body swayed. He didn't trip over him. Huadou didn't use his sex martial arts. The pulling, grabbing and tripping were just the essence of the Mongolian wrestling technique. Unless it was a Mongolian who was skilled in wrestling, if a normal martial artist saw it, they wouldn't be able to see through the origins of these three moves. Although these three moves were not famous, they were surprisingly useful. Even martial arts masters of the same level would be put into a very difficult situation if they were careless, let alone using them to deal with ordinary people. Originally, Huido was very confident that once he used these 3 moves, he would be able to easily throw Shurpatian to the ground and win the first round of the competition. But who would have thought that his opponent would be Shurpatian, who had such a powerful internal energy, not even one of his moves would be effective. Seeing that Shurpatian was still standing in the same spot, the crowd immediately started booing. Huido couldn't keep his face any longer and hurriedly struck out with his palm towards Shurpatian's chest. He was flustered and exasperated. He had already used 60 to 70% of his strength. Shurpatian saw the ferocious force of the palm and blocked it with his left arm. Huido's left fist whistled through the air and flashed out. Shurpatian wanted to dodge, but Huido's fist came with a strange force and with a pring sound, it hit his right shoulder. The crowd could clearly see that with the force of Huido's punch, Shurpatian's shoulder would most likely not be able to keep it. Huido's attack was successful and he finally came to his senses. He couldn't help but feel regret. He had lived in the Central Plains for many years and understood that the rules of the Central Plains were not the same as those of the Mongolians. In the Mongolians, the strong were respected. As long as you were strong enough, you would be respected by everyone. But in the Central Plains, when judging a person, strength wasn't the most important factor. Instead, people valued a person's virtue more. Huido scoffed at this. He had observed for many years and found that the martial arts world of the Central Plains still followed the law of the jungle. The so-called virtue over danger was just a fig leaf. But in the martial arts world of the Central Plains, no one dared to take off this fig leaf. If someone publicly showed that virtue wasn't important, then they would become the public enemy of the martial arts world. This was the reason why the Shaolin leaders of the Wudang sect were respected by tens of thousands of people, while Dongfang Bubi and Zhang Wuji were viewed as evil by the martial arts world. Huido was now part of the righteous beggar clan, so he naturally had to be more careful in this aspect. Facing a foolish youth like Shurpatian, as a senior of the martial arts world, if he ruthlessly crippled his arm, even if he won, he would still be condemned by others. While Huido's expression was unsettled, Guofu, who was below the stage, clapped her hands excitedly. "Mother, that master he looks ordinary, but I didn't expect his martial arts to be so outstanding. The moves he used were truly exquisite." Huang Rong replied with a smile, but in her heart there was a trace of suspicion. Judging from the ruthlessness displayed by He Shiwo's moves, this person's heart doesn't seem to be in the right place. Guofu didn't have enough and shouted loudly, "Silly boy, how can your punches and kicks compare to the beggar clan's divine kung fu? That mister he has already shown mercy, otherwise you wouldn't have only lost an arm. Hurry up and admit defeat, or else your life will be in danger." Huido didn't know how to get off the stage, and when he heard this he couldn't help but gratefully look back at Guofu. When he saw Guofu's face, his eyes lit up. What a beautiful girl! Her beauty is not below that of Xiaolong knew that day at Mount Zhongnan. One is delicate and beautiful, the other is elegant, each has its own advantages. When he saw Huang Rong standing next to her, Huido quickly looked away, thinking, "That bastard Guojing is really lucky. He has such a beautiful wife and such a beautiful daughter. If one day I become the ruler of the world, I will make sure to take these two into my harem." At Chongyang Palace, Huido had suffered greatly at the hands of Guojing, so naturally he didn't have any good feelings towards the family. Shurpatian saw that Huido had suddenly stopped punching him, and was confused. When he heard Guofu's words, he unconsciously replied, "But I don't feel much pain." He was afraid that Guofu wouldn't believe him, so he waved his arm to indicate that he was indeed unharmed. The crowd was in an uproar, and everyone was cheering for this young man. Huido was shocked and angry. His suspicious nature was that the opponent was a highly skilled martial artist, and that he was just playing with him. In his anger, he didn't hold back anymore and shouted, "Good boy, you don't feel any pain? Eat my fist again." This fist was blocked by Shurpatian's outstretched hand. Huo threw 4 punches in a row, and on the 4th punch, he finally kicked Shi Potion's left hip. Xingro saw that the two were fighting faster and faster. Shi Potion was only able to block a small part of Huo's punches and kicks. The majority of the punches landed on his body. She couldn't help but be very worried and said, "Brother Song, if the situation becomes dangerous, can you help save this youth?" Song Qingshu smiled faintly. "You don't have to worry. This young man's inner force is vigorous and his Jinqi is naturally protecting his body. That he Shifu's punches and kicks are nothing more than tickles for him." Xingro looked at him carefully. Sure enough, Shi Potion's face was calm, without any signs of pain. Only then did she feel relieved. Zhu Yunai could not help but tease. "Although our younger sister Ro is a woman, she is born with a chivalrous heart." The fastest update, read please. Chapter 452. Xingro lowered her head and pulled at the corner of her clothes. "Princess is teasing me again." Zhu Yu bit Zhou Jirua's ear and said something to her. The two girls laughed so hard that Xingro's face turned red. Huo punched Shi Potion more than 10 times in a row. At first, he remembered to be merciful and only used 30 to 40% of his strength, afraid that he would hurt him. But no matter if it was a fist or a palm, Shi Potion's body would sway slightly, and he would receive the attack as if nothing had happened. Huo was shocked and angry at the same time. But strangely, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't knock his opponent down. He roared again and finally used all of his strength. In a flash, punches and kicks created a gust of wind on the stage, causing the flags around the stage to tremble. The audience was dazzled. First of all, they did not expect He Shiwo, a nobody in the beggar clan, to have such a high level of martial art. Second of all, they did not expect that this silly young man was able to withstand such a fierce attack without falling. After some time, the two figures separated and one of them fell to the ground with a thud. Guofu clapped her hands and laughed. "Haha, that idiot finally couldn't withstand Elder He's attack and fainted." Huang Rong was not as relaxed as Guofu. She stared at the center of the stage, and when she saw the situation, she smiled bitterly and said, "It's Elder He who fainted." Guofu was surprised. The one who was hit didn't faint, but the one who hit him fainted? The audience also saw the situation clearly. He Shiwo's eyes were closed and he was lying on the ground. They didn't know whether he was dead or alive. They were in an uproar. Someone from the Jiangnan beggar clan immediately jumped out and shouted, "We have clearly agreed that in a martial art contest, one should not overdo it. This young man secretly attacked and killed He Zhonglao. He should be eliminated immediately." The crowd cursed him for being shameless. It was He Shiwo who kept attacking the boy until he was exhausted and fell to the ground. The beggar clan blamed the boy for the attack. However, He Shiwo was lying motionless on the ground, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. They did not want to risk offending the beggar clan by speaking up for a strange young man. Song Qingshu glanced at the man from the beggar clan. Deep in his memory, he recognized that this man was Chen Yuliang. He couldn't help but laugh strangely, turning black and white upside down. What a talent! At this time, Shi Potion hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, everyone. Senior, he is just out of breath. He will be fine after a while." After saying that, he stretched out his right palm and pressed it on He Shiwo's back, slowly transferring his qi into He Shiwo's body. Seeing Shi Potion's hand pressing on the major acupoint on He Shiwo's back, Chen Yuliang's eyes narrowed. He roared, "How dare you, you scoundrel!" Finished speaking, he threw himself at the two men, as if he was trying to save He Shiwo. A beautiful shadow flashed and Huang Rong appeared in front of Chen Yuliang. She used the dog beating stick to stop Chen Yuliang. "Elder Chen, you worry too much. This young hero is treating Elder He's injury." Xingro exclaimed in surprise and murmured, "My martial arts are so low, Yet I can see that the boy has no intention of harming me. How could this elder of the beggar clan not see that the boy is treating He Shiwo's injury? Zhojuro laughed coldly. I have dealt with this Qin Yuliang before. He is a treacherous and loyal man with a belly full of evil thoughts. It's not that he can't see it, it's just that he doesn't want to accept it. He Shiwo's defeat is already shameful enough. If he asks his opponent to help him, the beggar clan's face will be thrown into the sea. That's why he insists that the boy is trying to harm him. Some people, who don't know the truth, may believe his words. Song Qingshu shook his head and said, It's just some dirty tricks. To tell the truth, this Chen Yuliang makes me a bit disappointed. It seems that Chen Yuliang's image is more in line with the image described by Jin Yong in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, and not the Han King in history. But this isn't a bad thing. In the future, when they fight for the throne of the Central Plains, they will have one less fearsome opponent. Huado gradually regained his consciousness. He knew exactly what had happened, but because his qi had gone astray, he couldn't catch his breath and couldn't move. Now that Huado had regained his ability to move, he angrily shouted, What do you mean you couldn't catch your breath? Didn't I catch my breath? He stretched out his palms and was about to strike Sure Potion's head when he suddenly felt an unbearable pain in his palms. When he looked at his palms, he saw that they were swollen like two balls, so red that they were almost purple. If his palms had hit Sure Potion's body, his palms would have been the first to break. Huado was startled and understood the reason. So this kid's internal energy was strong, it was unimaginable. He thought back to the tens of punches and palms that he had used on him, but they were all reflected back by his internal energy. Every punch and every palm was like hitting a stone wall. The opponent wasn't injured, but his palms couldn't take it anymore. He then felt a dull pain in his legs, as if there were millions of needles piercing into him. He knew that he had kicked him more than 10 times and his legs were suffering from the rebound. He stood there for a while and said, Forget it, forget it. He didn't need anyone's help. He got up and staggered down the stage. His heart was very sad. He thought of himself as an outstanding martial artist. Few of his peers could match him in martial arts. When he came to the Central Plains, he was defeated by Guojing, but this time he lost to a youngster that he had never even heard of. How could he talk about restoring the glory of Zhalan tribe's Gu Erhan? For a moment, Huado felt disheartened. His back also became very bleak. Deafening cheers soon sounded from below the stage. This Golden Snake meeting really opened their eyes. Not to mention famous masters, even He Shiwo Sherpatian, this nameless person, showed martial arts that ordinary people couldn't achieve. Looking at Chen Yuliang walking down the stage, Huang Rong frowned. She had never liked this person. Although he was very capable, he always gave people the feeling that his heart was not in the right place. But thinking that he belonged to the Jiangnan beggar clan, Huang Rong shook her head slightly. She would let Shi Huolong worry about himself. She was far away in Xiangyang and could not help. Putting away her thoughts, Huang Rong's face bloomed with a gentle smile, and she said sweetly, Next, let's welcome the god of sword of Tianshan Mountain, Zhuobufan, and Qing of the Red Flower Society. As soon as she finished speaking, a long sword shot toward her. Huang Rong's face changed, but she quickly recovered her calmness. She stood there quietly, without any intention of resisting. When the long sword was about to touch Huang Rong's body, it suddenly seemed to have eyes. The tip of the sword moved 3 inches to the side, circled around Huang Rong's body a few times, and then suddenly inserted into the ring. The sound of the dragon's roar caused by the trembling of the sword made the heroes below the stage change their expressions. When they came to their senses, they saw a middle-aged man with a delicate face and a long beard standing leisurely on the hilt of the sword with his hands behind his back. Good! No one knew who shouted first, but the audience seemed to be in an uproar. They were all amazed by Zhuobufan's move. The control of the sword he showed just now was really amazing. This Zhuo does have some attainments, Song Qingshu subconsciously praised. Hearing his words, Guofu couldn't help but snort heavily. Just now when she saw the long sword shoot toward her mother, her heart couldn't help but jump to her throat. Hearing Song Qingshu praise Zhuo, she naturally didn't have a good expression on his face. R1058. Chapter 453. When Qing came onto the stage, her outfit was obviously far different from Zhuo. She was wearing a light green robe with a short green bamboo stick hanging from her waist. She stood there softly and weakly. Plus or minus, there was a burst of sighs from the audience. Obviously, most people did not think that this girl could defeat Zhuo. They were all worried that she would be sad in the arena later. That would be a pity. Zhuo, who was standing on the sword, glanced at Qing from the corner of his eyes. Like most people, he snorted indifferently and said, "The sword has no eyes. Why are you, a girl, here to join in the fun? You'd better admit defeat quickly, lest you get hurt later." Qing tilted her head. Obviously, she was stunned for a while before she understood the meaning of Zhuo words. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why should I admit defeat? You may not be able to beat me." Zhuo was so angry that he laughed. His whole body trembled slightly and he said, "Good," several times. "Girl, come down quickly. Zhuo has always been ruthless. You will definitely be hurt. I don't know which father is so cruel as to let such a girl come out to compete. Zhuo, you shameless be ****. Is it glorious to win against such a girl?" Zhuo eyes swept across the audience like lightning. He knew that those people wanted to see the world in chaos, so they were naturally much bolder than usual in the crowd. If someone dared to say such things to him under other circumstances, he would not let it go without leaving his tongue behind. But now the competition was more important, so it was not good to lose his temper immediately. "Girl, look carefully." Zhuo knew that it was difficult to offend the public. If he really won against this delicate girl in a real fight, it would not be a glorious thing. It was best to let her know the difficulty in advance. So he jumped up and flipped over to the stage. With a gentle wave of his hand, the sword inserted in the stage flew back to his hand. Zhuo waved his hand casually, and a green light about 3 feet long flickered on the tip of the sword. Hiss! Suddenly, there was a burst of gasps from the audience. Sword light! No one knew who was the first to shout, but the audience suddenly burst into an uproar. The heroes whispered to each other and pointed at the sword light in Zhuo hand. "Cousin, can you see through this Zhuo martial arts?" Murong Fu furrowed his brows. He had no idea where this expert had come from. After entering the second round, he would have to fight against him. With the level of swordsmanship that the other party had displayed, he would be a formidable opponent. He first used the Duke of Zhou sword, the ultimate technique of the solitary wise sword sect in Jianyang, Fujian province. This old Mr. Zhuo must be an expert of the solitary wise sword sect. Wang Yuyan's voice was soft and gentle, but a hint of confusion suddenly appeared on her face. "However, I couldn't tell the origin of the sword ray he used later on. Even Miss Wang couldn't see through his martial arts. This person is really mysterious." The retainer of the Murong family, Bao Butong, was dumbfounded. As it turned out, Zhuo was originally an expert of the solitary wise sword sect. In the end, the sect suffered a great disaster, and he had no choice but to escape to a remote and cold place in the Changbai Mountains to study swordsmanship for revenge. In the end, he accidentally obtained a sword manual left behind by a senior expert. After practicing diligently for 30 years, he finally mastered swordsmanship and was confident that he was invincible in the world. However, Zhuo remembered that his enemy was not only skilled in martial arts but also had a great influence. He was too weak to take revenge alone. Coincidentally, He heard that the Golden Snake Camp was inviting heroes from all over the world to choose a new leader, so he thought of using the Golden Snake Camp for revenge. Cousin, most of the martial arts manuals I've read in my life are focused on technique. I know very little about this kind of invisible sword aura. Why don't we ask young Master Duan? His six-pulse divine sword is also invisible sword aura. He must have a way to deal with it. Wang Yuyan glanced at Duan Yu not far away and found that he was staring at her affectionately. She couldn't help but be stunned and couldn't continue her words. Murong Fu also noticed all this and couldn't help but snort. Ask him? What a joke. Wang Yuyan lowered her head in grievance and thought to herself, I'm so stupid. Cousin will definitely be angry with me. And young Master Duan too. Why are you looking at me like that? This Zhuo Bufan has some ability since he calls himself the Sword God. The sword aura that Zhuo Bufan displayed not only made Murong Fu speechless, but also Song Qingshu was stunned and commented subconsciously. He's more than just a little bit capable. The number of people in this world who can materialize sword aura can be counted on two hands. Zhou Jirua's expression was complicated. She was so high-spirited when she won the title of the world's #1 at the lion-slaying gathering. Later, after seeing more, she realized that many martial arts masters in Jianghu didn't even bother to fight with a girl like her. She had never heard of this Zhuo Bufan before, but he shocked everyone as soon as he made his move. It seemed that his martial arts skills were above hers. If she hadn't seen Ah Qing's moves with her own eyes, Zhou Zhirua would have persuaded Ah Qing to give up like the others. Is this Ah Qing really as powerful as you say? Zhu Baiqing fell in love with this innocent girl at first sight, so she naturally didn't want to see her injured. With the sword aura that Zhuo Bufan displayed, Zhu Baiqing knew that she couldn't do it. If she and Ah Qing were in the same position, she could only avoid the sharp edge, rely on lightness skills to fight with the opponent, and wait for an opportunity to find the opponent's flaws. You'll know when you continue to watch. Song Qingshu smiled noncommittally. Listening to the discussion under the stage, Zhuo Bufan's face showed a trace of imperceptible pride. While continuing to activate his power to maintain the sword aura, he said to Ah Qing, Miss, are you afraid now? What's there to be afraid of? It's very simple. I can do it too. Ah Qing frowned slightly. Obviously, she didn't understand why the other party waved his hand casually, but everyone thought that he would win. You're really boasting. Zhuo Bufan's face twitched and he couldn't help sneering. Since you're simple, then show me your skills. If you can activate one foot. Oh no, as long as you can activate the sword aura, I will admit defeat. Oh, all right then. Ah Qing took the green bamboo stick from her waist and gently waved it to the side. A 2-meter-long green light danced out, and a huge crack suddenly appeared on the floor of the arena. Zhuo Bufan opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it. It should be known that there were only a few people in the whole martial arts world who could materialize the sword aura. He was talented and had practiced swordsmanship all his life, but he could only use the 3-meter-long sword aura in his later years. He was already one of the best. More credit should be given to the nameless sword manual. How old was this girl? Even if she started learning swordsmanship in her mother's womb, it was impossible for her to practice the sword aura, let alone a 2-meter-long sword aura. Chapter 454. Cousin, have you noticed that since the start of the Golden Snake meeting, the more unknown the contestant is, the more surprising the result is? Wang Yuyan's face was filled with worry. Regardless of whether it was Yu Tanji, Shi Patian, or Ah Qing, none of them had heard of their names before. In the end, the strength they had displayed was not inferior to the top experts of the pugilistic world. Murong Fu's opponent this time was also an ordinary monk, so Wang Yuyan could not help but worry. Murong Fu obviously had the same idea. He had thought that it was a great advantage to draw such a nameless opponent, but now it seemed that the future was not good. However, in front of his cousin and his henchman, Murong Fu didn't want to show his fear, so he pretended to be confident and said, "Don't worry, the monk named Shuzhu is a junior disciple of the Shaolin Temple. The martial arts of a big sect like Shaolin pay most attention to step by step. The older one is, the higher one's martial arts cultivation will be. At Shuzhu's age, his martial arts can't be very high." Wang Yuyan nodded approvingly and said, "Yes, the martial arts of Shaolin Temple pay most attention to the foundation. In the first 20 years, the martial arts of our disciples will be far behind those of some evil sections. In about 30 years, they will gradually be equal. After 30 years, the evil sects will be no match for Shaolin disciples. Even if Shuzhu is a rare martial arts genius at his age, his martial arts will be limited." Below the stage, the Murong family was studying the opponent on the horse, while on the stage, Zhuo Bufan was stunned with a pale face. He thought that he had mastered his swordsmanship, but he didn't expect to lose to a girl like this. His previous complacency had now vanished into thin air. "Is this enough for me?" After Qing used the sword light, she saw Zhuo Bufan standing there in a daze, so she couldn't help but ask in confusion. Hearing Qing's question, Zhuo Bufan suddenly had an idea. Although the sword qi displayed by this girl is terrifying, her moves may not be exquisite. Looking at her innocent and ignorant look, if we really fight, she may not be a match for me. Seeing that Zhuo Bufan still didn't answer, Qing was stunned and suddenly showed an expression of enlightenment. She giggled and said, "So it's not long enough. Then look at me again. Is this enough?" As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his bamboo stick again, and a green sword beam that was 100 feet long swept across the arena. All the banners that were placed around the arena were cut in half. In the Jianghu, the flag of a sect was the face of the sect. If their own sect's signboard was taken down like this on a normal day, it would definitely be a great feud that would not end until one of them died. But now, none of the sects had the intention to take revenge. They all stood up and looked at the delicate figure on the stage. All of their mouths were wide open, as if a big egg could be stuffed inside. "Is enough." Qing stared at Zhuo Bufan with a smile, her eyes curved like a crescent moon. "Enough, enough." Zhuo Bufan hurriedly squeezed out a sentence and slipped out of the arena as if he was running away. Now looking at Qingtian's romantic smile again, Zhuo Bufan only felt a chill on his back. Just now, she made a move without any warning. Fortunately, she deliberately raised the angle of the sword qi. Otherwise, if it swept over him, he would have been cut into 2 pieces. Under the arena, Murong Fu's face was also pale. He murmured, "If it's a 12-meter-long sword qi, I can think of a way to fight, but a 30-meter-long sword qi, how can I defeat her?" Wang Yuyan's pretty face was also pale, but she still instinctively comforted him. "Cousin, you have to at least pass the first round before you think about whether you can defeat her or not. The second round will start tomorrow, and we still have a night to think about countermeasures. At that time, we can find a few masters to discuss it together. There will always be a way to deal with it." When Wang Yuyan said this, she subconsciously thought of Duan Yu. After all, his 6-pulse divine sword was somewhat similar to Qing's sword qi, so he should have more ways to deal with it than others. But for some reason, the appearance of another man suddenly appeared in her mind. Wang Yuyan blushed slightly and secretly glanced at a certain place on the other side of the arena. That person always smiles calmly no matter what happens. He should have a way to deal with it. Song Qingshu didn't know that he was so reliable in Wang Yuyan's heart. He just watched Qing abuse Zhuo Bufan and laughed a little. "I don't even know how you can still laugh. How can you defeat her?" Zhu Yu looked worried. Letting Song Qingshu join the Golden Snake Camp was the most important part of her plan to restore her country. Now that it was about to fail, she naturally didn't look good. "Sister Aujio, you don't have to be so pessimistic. Judging from the strength that Song Qingshu displayed when he fought with revered Ming last time, he might still have a chance," Zhou Zhirua comforted her, but her tone also revealed that she wasn't as confident as she thought she was. Who's stronger, a lion or an ox? Song Qingshu suddenly threw out a completely unrelated question. It should be the ox. Zhu Yu seemed to be deep in thought. Clearly, she had caught on to Song Qingshu's thoughts. Yes. Song Qingshu smiled. No matter how strong an ox is, it can't hit a lion at all, so what's the use? On the contrary, although a lion's strength can't compare to an ox's, it can hit the ox's vitals with every strike. Therefore, the stronger ox can only become the lion's meal. Zhou Zhirua frowned. I know that your qinggong is very good, but this time the competition is limited to such a square ring. A qing's sword qi can obviously cover the entire ring indiscriminately, so there's nowhere to hide even if you want to. Song Qingshu smiled mysteriously. If it's someone else, it's not certain, but if I really meet A Qing in the finals, I'm sure I can win. The two women felt an unprecedented confidence from his tone and couldn't help but be startled. They hurriedly asked with concern, "Why are you so sure that you can win?" The Buddha said, you can't. Song Qingshu looked at his nose and his nose at his heart. No matter how much the two girls begged him, he refused to say a word. Arrogant. Guofu's position wasn't far from Song Qingshu, so even though Song Qingshu and the others spoke softly, Guofu could still hear them clearly. Just a moment ago, she was convinced by A Qing's strength, but in the next moment, when she heard that Song Qingshu could easily beat A Qing, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Huang Rong was still thinking about where A Qing came from and whether she was a friend or foe of the beggar sect. When she heard her daughter's words, she immediately smiled and didn't say anything. It was obvious that she felt the same way. Song Qingshu glanced at Guofu and, for the first time, responded, "You don't believe me?" Guofu snorted. "Of course not. Some people are not afraid of biting their tongues when they talk big. If you don't believe me, we can make a bet." Song Qingshu smiled. "Let's bet." Guofu had always been impulsive. When she saw the smile on Song Qingshu's face, she only felt that it was extremely evil, so she subconsciously blurted it out. "If you want to bet, there must be something at stake. I don't think you can take out anything that will interest me." Song Qingshu played with his fingers, looking disinterested. "I'm afraid you're afraid to bet." Seeing that Song Qingshu had the intention to retreat, Guofu immediately laughed coldly. Chapter 455. Seeing that Song Qingshu didn't say anything, Guofu thought he was backing out and couldn't help but smile proudly. "Whatever you want to bet, I'll keep you company." Song Qingshu quickly waved his hand. "Forget it, I'm afraid you won't be able to afford to lose." "How can I be a sore loser?" Guofu was furious. "Wait, how can I lose?" Song Qingshu said, "There is no such thing as a sure win in a casino." Guofu thought about it and agreed. In any case, she was certain that she would win. Song Qingshu, this bastard, didn't seem like someone who wouldn't release the eagle until he saw the rabbit. If she didn't give him a good deal, he might not be willing to bet with her. "Okay, you set the rules, I'll take it." Guofu's smile showed that she was full of confidence. Song Qingshu looked at Huang Rong and thought for a moment. Then he stretched out a finger in front of Guofu. "One condition, the loser agrees to one condition of the winner. Satisfy any request of the winner." Huang Rong frowned. How could a girl agree to this condition so easily? She was about to open her mouth to stop him, but Guofu already agreed. "Okay, let's bet. When the time comes, I'll make you lie on the ground and bark like a dog in front of the heroes of the world." Song Qingshu smiled. "It's not necessarily my loss." Guofu snorted. "It's not like I'll lose." Huang Rong wanted to stop him, but the competition was over and she had to go on stage to preside over the overall situation. She didn't have time to waste here. Although her confidence was shaken by Song Qingshu's confidence, she couldn't think of any possibility for Song Qingshu to win. She could only glare at Song Qing-shu and gracefully returned to the arena. She cleared her throat, summarized the previous match, and introduced the next two contestants, Su Zhu and Morong Fu of the Shaolin Temple. Zhou Jiruo's expression was unfriendly. She secretly pinched Song Qingshu's waist. "You must be thinking about Huang Rong." "In all honesty, I didn't say anything." Song Qingshu felt wronged. "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Your condition." Zhou Jiruo bit her lips and a trace of coldness appeared on her face. Guojing and Huang Rong are heroes admired by the Han people. They are also recognized as an immortal couple. It's not convenient to touch this woman. Obviously, she and Zhou Jiruo had the same thought. The two were worried that their conversation would be heard by Guofu. The two girls were worried that their conversation would be overheard by Guofu. They moved to Song Qingshu's ears. From an outsider's point of view, the three of them were extremely intimate. Many men in the distance had looks of envy in their eyes. Guofu couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. She turned her head to the other side. Out of sight, out of mind. Could it be that I'm such a perverted demon in your eyes? Seeing the two women nod in unison, Song Qingshu was speechless. Fortunately, the two women's attention was quickly attracted by the two people on the stage, so they didn't continue to talk about this issue. "This little monk looks ordinary, and he's from the Shaolin Temple. No matter how I look at him, he doesn't look like an expert." After observing for a long time, Zhu Yu quietly commented, "This is a martial arts competition, not a beauty contest. Why do you care about his appearance?" Song Qingshu was surprised. "None of your business." Zhu Xiaoxiao blushed. Although she had experienced many things over the years, she was still a romantic girl and subconsciously liked beautiful things. "Just ignore him." Zhou Jiruo pulled Zhu Yaoyao aside and said, "But although this little monk doesn't look amazing, judging from his previous battles, I'm afraid he also has amazing skills." Obviously, Zhou Jiruo and Wang Yuyan had the same idea. Song Qingshu didn't get involved in their discussion. Instead, he thought, "I haven't heard anything about the Zhenlong Go game in Jianghu. It seems that Xuzhu hasn't opened it yet. Then why does he have the confidence to participate in this competition? I wonder how Xuzhu's martial arts are now. Without the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect, how can he learn Shaolin Kung Fu at such a young age?" Song Qingshu suddenly thought of another question. "Why didn't I hear anything about the Xiaoyao sect in Jianghu? Is it because of what Dongfang Mushu mentioned last time?" Her brother asked the three Xiaoyao elders for the Northern Divine Kung Fu in order to transfer all his power to his new body? While he was thinking, the two people on the stage were fighting. One was a young master who had been famous for many years, and the other was an unknown disciple of the Shaolin Temple. He thought it would be a one-sided fight, but it turned out that Morong Fu didn't have the slightest advantage. Flower-pinching finger? I didn't expect this monk to comprehend the true meaning of flower-pinching finger of Kasayapa at such a young age and master this unique skill. Yes, he is indeed from Buddhism. When he fights, he uses a gentle martial art like flower-pinching finger. He doesn't want to hurt people, but only uses a gentle force to seal people's acupoints. Obviously, there were many knowledgeable masters in the audience. Some of them recognized Xuzhu's movement and were amazed. In my opinion, this little monk is not as honest as he looks. Just now, he sneak-attacked Morong Fu with the formless finger of disaster. Fortunately, Prince Morong is a veteran, so he didn't get hit. The formless finger of disaster doesn't move his hands or sleeves, and it leaves no trace. It is the best method for sneak attacking. Since there is no trace, how did you know he used the formless finger of disaster? Didn't you see how Morong Fu suddenly dodged to the side, as if he was facing a formidable enemy at the beginning of the competition? Now that you mention it, I really do remember. This little monk looks honest and sincere, but I didn't expect him to be so sinister. Bao Butong secretly wiped away his cold sweat and looked at Wang Yuyan with lingering fear. Miss Wang, how did you know that the little monk used the formless finger of disaster? It's just that when I saw those unknown contestants shine, I reminded you to pay 120% attention to your opponents this time, Wang Yuyan explained as she observed the duel. The Shaolin Temple's formless finger of disaster is invisible and formless. It's the hardest to guard against, so I specifically reminded you. After Master Xianbei passed away, I always thought that only Jiumaji, the foreign monk, knew this martial art. I didn't expect this honest little monk to also know this insidious martial art. Seeing that Morong Fu was not next to Wang Yuyan, Duan Yu quietly came over and heard Wang Yuyan's comment. Chapter 456. That's not true. Of course there are good and evil martial arts. Duan Yu imitated Bao Budong's tone and argued, practicing the 9-yin white bone claw requires a large number of living heads. The Xingqiu sect's serial decaying poison is also transmitted through the bodies of living people. It's extremely cruel. Brother Bao, do you think that these martial arts are not evil? Bao Butong had always been eloquent, but Duan Yu was even more adept at Buddhism. Bao Butong could not think of a way to refute. He was so angry that he could only stand there and stare. Pfft. Noticing Bao Budong's expression, Wang Yuyan covered her mouth and smiled. But then she remembered that Bao Butong was her cousin's retainer, and she could not let him be bullied too much. She quickly said, "Young Master Duan, you may not know this, but the 9-yin white bone claw does not require human heads to practice. It's just that Mei Chaofeng did not practice it properly and misunderstood the saying in the 9-yin Sutra, when the 5 fingers exert strength, there is nothing that cannot be broken. Destroying the enemy's head is as easy as piercing through rotten soil." Duan Yu was stunned and disagreed. But Wang Yuyan was his fairy sister and he would not argue with her. He smiled and said, "Miss Wang, you are familiar with all the martial arts in the world. I was just showing off my slight skill in front of an expert." Wang Yuyan smiled sweetly. But what young Master Duan said is not without reason. Some martial arts are indeed extremely sinister, such as the serial decaying poison of the Xingqiu sect, and the 5 pecks of rice divine kung fu of the 5 pecks of rice. Whether the user is good or evil, it's inevitable that they will harm the heavens and kill people. Hearing Wang Yuyan's praise, Duan Yu's heart felt as if it had been smeared with honey. He giggled for a while, and wanted to talk more with Wang Yuyan. But he knew that Wang Yuyan's attention was mostly on her cousin in the arena, and would not be interested in talking to him. An idea came to him and he asked, "Miss Wang, can you tell the monks martial arts?" Wang Yuyan looked at the arena for a while, and could not help but frown. Strange. Although this Master Shuju is of low seniority, he seems to be proficient in the Shaolin Temple's 72 supreme skills. His punch broke the flagpole 20 feet away. It's the great Skunda staff. If my cousin hadn't closed his eyes in time, his ribs would have been shattered. So powerful? Duan Yu gasped. Although he was highly skilled in martial arts, his skills were acquired by chance, so he didn't have good eyesight. He couldn't see the danger in the exchange of punches and flashes. This technique is indeed powerful, but Wang Yuyan hesitated for a moment before continuing. It's just that it's too domineering, going against the benevolence of the Buddha. Duan Yu had always been a devotee of Buddhism, so he hurriedly nodded his head and said, "I think Kung Fu is the root of all evil. If everyone were devoted to Buddhism, doing good deeds and accumulating virtue, there wouldn't be so much fighting in Jianghu." Bao Butong finally found an opportunity. He sneered, "It's just the view of a pedantic scholar." Wang Yuyan's attention was not on the two of them, so she did not notice their argument. Instead, her eyes were fixed on the familiar figure on the dueling ring. The crowd around the ring burst into an uproar. They whispered to each other, discussing the monk who had mastered the 72 supreme skills of Shaolin Temple. Their voices were full of shock and admiration. On the other side, Song Qingshu and the others were also shocked. Zhou Zhirua said in a low voice, "I've heard that each of the 72 supreme skills of Shaolin Temple is exquisite. It's rare for an ordinary person to master one in their lifetime. Those who can master more than one are the best in the Shaolin Temple. Over the past hundreds of years, there have been many talented people, but Master Xuanqing is the one who has mastered the most supreme skills. He has mastered 13 supreme skills, and is known as the best in the Shaolin Temple in the past 200 years. But this monk, I'm afraid he just displayed more than 13 supreme skills." Zhu Yu was also shocked. While looking at Xuzhu's moves on the stage, she counted her fingers: Universe in the sleeve, Indian Buddha's finger, Demon vanquishing gown, Great wisdom indefinite finger, Eliminating worries finger, Nirvana claw, Yama Luo Tuo finger. Over the years, she had wandered around the Jianghu and met a lot of Shaolin Temple monks. Naturally, she recognized these supreme skills. However, most of the monks she knew were only proficient in one of these supreme skills. Song Qingshu narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect Xuzhu to learn the 72 supreme skills without the free and unfettered sex Wuchang. However, no one could truly master the 72 supreme skills of Shaolin Temple at the same time. Thus, there was only one explanation: Xuzhu knew the non-phase method. Only by relying on the non-phase method to urge the 72 consummate skills could this kind of deceptive effect be achieved. On the surface, there seemed to be no difference between them and the 72 consummate skills, but one relied on the Taoist internal force to urge it, while the other relied on the Buddhist internal force, which was essentially different. The free and unfettered sect had never been famous in the Jianghu, let alone the secret non-phase method of the free and unfettered sect. This was why, even though there were many experts on the stage, none of them could see the flaws in Xuzhu's moves. They only thought that Xuzhu really knew the 72 supreme skills of Shaolin Temple. Where did Xuzhu learn the non-phase method? A trace of doubt arose in Song Qingshu's heart. He knew that there was no Zhenlong chess game in this world, so there was no reason for Xuzhu to learn the divine skill of the free and unfettered sect. However, now that the facts were in front of him, he had no choice but to believe it. The fight between the two people on the stage had entered a white-hot stage. After all, Murong Fu was a famous expert for many years. After the initial shock, he quickly used all kinds of strange moves and gradually recovered the situation. Murong Fu quietly wiped his cold sweat. Fortunately, he had learned his lesson from Shi Patian and Aching, so he didn't relax his vigilance against this ordinary monk. Otherwise, he would have suffered a big loss from the beginning. Suddenly Xuzhu shouted, "Prince Murong, take my palm." As soon as his voice fell, his palms drew a circle from the outside to the inside and slowly moved toward Murong Fu. Before his palms arrived, Murong Fu already felt that it was difficult to breathe. In an instant, Xuzhu's palms had already arrived like a raging tide. Murong Fu and the nameless pawn were inextricably entangled, so his heart was already filled with anger. When he heard Xuzhu's voice, he secretly thought, "You are proficient in the 72 supreme skills of Shaolin Temple. I can't take advantage of you in terms of moves, but do you think my internal force is inferior to yours? How old are you, a monk?" The internal force competition couldn't be fake. The stronger one was, the weaker one was. Not to mention that the Murong family's Big Dipper was very good at borrowing force to fight force, so they were never afraid to compete with others in terms of internal force. Feeling arrogant, Murong Fu no longer dodged. He used the Big Dipper and waved his palm to meet Xuzhu's attack. Chapter 457. Murong Fu's expression couldn't help but change. He had heard of the Shaolin Temple's one slap in two. The other 72 consummate skills all had their own exquisite moves, But one slap in two was different because it only had one move in total. It used earth-shattering internal strength as the foundation to attack the target. If it hit a stone, stone fragments would scatter. If it hit a person's body, their soul would scatter. That was why it was called one slap in two. One slap in two was ranked as one of the 72 consummate skills of the Shaolin Temple, so it must have its own advantages. Murong Fu regretted being too careless. He quickly tried to change his move to avoid a head-on confrontation with his opponent, but it was too late. The two palms collided, and the air in the arena rippled with the two of them as the center. Murong Fu took 3 steps back and his face became extremely pale. Ba, Prince Murong, thank you for letting me win. Su Zhu put his palms together and slightly bowed. You. Murong Fu was anxious. He was only at a disadvantage in the exchange of palms, but Su Zhu made it seem like the outcome was already decided. Murong Fu had just opened his mouth to speak when his true qi leaked out. He suddenly felt his chest was stuffy and he wanted to vomit. He suddenly felt weak all over and his legs softened. He couldn't help but sit on the ground. Cousin. Wang Yuyan abruptly stood up, a worried look on her face. What kind of move is this? How could the dignified Nan Murong be in such a difficult situation? Seeing Murong Fu fall to the ground, the audience couldn't help but be in an uproar. Even Zhou Zhirua couldn't help but turn around to ask Song Qinshu. This move is called one slap in two. It's extremely powerful, but it only made Murong Fu feel weak for a short period of time. The reason why Murong Fu is in such a difficult situation is because he heard my cousin's warning. He subconsciously wanted to change his move and unconsciously withdrew some of his internal strength. In this way, not only did he have to bear the power of one slap in two, but he also had to bear the backlash of his own internal strength. That's why he ended up like this. Song Qinshu kept shaking his head. Murong Fu was clearly the top expert in the Jianghu, but every time at a critical moment, he would not be able to perform well. This time, he lost so miserably. Perhaps the people in the Jianghu would think that Gusu Murong Fu did not live up to his name. The people in the Jianghu couldn't be blamed. Right now, the number of people in the arena who could see why Murong Fu lost could be counted with 2 hands. The others would only leave the impression that Murong Fu could not withstand a single blow. Hearing the various discussions below the stage, Murong Fu's face alternated between red and white. This time, he participated in the Golden Snake gathering with great ambition. Just before he went on stage, he was more thinking about how to deal with Ah Qing in the second round. Who would have thought that he would lose in the first round, and so miserably at that? After adjusting his breathing for a moment, Murong Fu adjusted his true qi again. He pushed away Wang Yuyan's hand that had reached out to support him, stood up, and walked out of the arena without looking back. Seeing Wang Yuyan's wronged eyes reddened, Duan Yu was anxious, but at this moment, he didn't know what to do. While he was in a daze, Wang Yuyan had already lifted the hem of her dress and chased after Murong Fu. Duan Yu was about to chase after her, but Bao Butong seemed to have been prepared and blocked his way. Seeing Duan Yu's startled face, Bao Butong sneered, "Young Master Duan, are you trying to catch up to my young master and make a fool of himself?" Duan Yu waved his hands repeatedly. No, third brother Bao, you've misunderstood. I'm just worried about Miss Wang." The ridicule on Bao Budong's face deepened. No, third brother Bao, you've misunderstood. I'm just worried about Miss Wang. With Song Qingshu's current strength, everything that happened here naturally did not escape his eyes. Seeing Duan Yu looking in the direction Wang Yuyan disappeared with a melancholy expression, Song Qingshu thought to himself, previously, when he saw Duan Yu following Wang Yuyan around, he felt that he was really thick-skinned, which was a disgrace to all men. But now, looking at his eyes, it seemed that he was really infatuated with Wang Yuyan. Next, let's welcome the Passionless Valley's master, Gong Sunji, and the young hero, Yang Guo. Huang Rong's unnatural tone quickly brought Song Qingshu back to his senses. Noticing the way the one-armed youth with the heavy sword looked at Huang Rong when he stepped onto the stage, Song Qingshu immediately revealed a rather playful smile. Seeing Yang Guo's empty sleeves, Huang Rong's eyes flashed with a trace of guilt, but she knew that Yang Guo's temperament was extreme. Adding to the fact that his father, Yang Kong, was indirectly killed by her, there was already an irreconcilable enmity between them. In fact, it was not impossible to resolve this enmity. If she really followed Guo Jing's idea and cut off Fu Er's arm as compensation, Yang Guo's enmity would be resolved. But how could Huang Rong bear to do so? Another way was to betroth Fu Er to Yang Guo and let her repay him for the rest of her life. That would be a good story to tell. But Yang Guo had already rejected her once at the Heroes' Assembly, and now that his arm was cut off by Fu Er, it was even more impossible for him to agree. Huang Rong shook her head in distress. Even though she was quick-witted, she felt a deep sense of helplessness in her heart. She did not know how to resolve this enmity. Suddenly, she raised her head as if she had sensed something. She realized that the passionless Valley Master was staring at her with a burning gaze. He did not hide the look in his eyes at all. Huang Rong felt disgusted. She did not want to stay on the stage for even a second longer. When she sat down, a thought suddenly appeared in her mind. It would be great if the two of them died together in the duel. Huang Rong shook her head and quickly chased this terrifying thought out of her mind. She focused on the duel on the stage. After not seeing each other for a long time, Yang Guo's martial arts seemed to have improved a lot. She had to watch carefully so that she would not be caught off guard in the future. "Isn't Sister Lu with you?" Gongsun Ji's eyes reddened when he saw the person in front of him. If Yang Guo had not suddenly appeared in the Passionless Valley, he would have been married to the Dragon Lady a long time ago and lived like an immortal. Not only did Yang Guo take away his fiancée, but he also saved that old B***tch Chiu Qianqi. Because of this, Gongsun Ji could not even stay in the Passionless Valley anymore and lived like a stray dog. Yang Guo frowned and coldly snorted, "It's none of your business." Gongsun Ji was slightly taken aback, but when he noticed Yang Guo's expression, he quickly laughed out loud. "Back then, I thought Sister Lu would be very happy with you. Who would have thought that not only did you lose Sister Lu, but you've also become a cripple? How could you still be worthy of Sister Lu?" Chapter 458. You're asking for it. Gongsun Ji was enraged. He pulled out his golden saber and black sword and attacked Yang Guo from both sides. Xiao X. Gongsun Ji was very confident. After all, back in the Passionless Valley, Yang Guo and Xiao Long Nu's dual sword Harmonious Sword were no match for him. Now, Yang Guo was all alone and had lost his right arm. Gongsun Ji's golden saber and black sword were both soft and hard. Even an enemy with two hands would not be able to handle them, let alone Yang Guo, who only had one hand. Oh my God, why isn't Yang Guo moving? Even though Guo Fu was angry at Yang Guo, he had grown up with her. Thinking that he could die in the hands of a stranger, she felt a little lost. This Passionless Valley Master's moves are like a master's. His golden saber and black sword are very strange. The golden saber is different from usual, it is soft, but the black sword is hard and fierce. The saber is like a sword, and the sword is like a saber. His kung fu is probably no weaker than the five greats. Even though Huang Rong did not have much time to focus on practicing the 9-in manual these past few years, she had friends who were all top martial artists in the world. Therefore, her eyes were very sharp. In a short moment, she had seen through Gongsun Ji's power. Guo he can't move right now. Maybe he's trying to stay still. Yang Guo was still standing in the same spot, his eyelashes drooping. Huang Rong was also a little uncertain. Gongsun Ji was obviously thinking the same thing as Huang Rong. He saw that his sword and saber were about to touch Yanggua's body, but Yanggua didn't move at all. Gong Sun-ji, who was naturally paranoid, was afraid that this was a trap. He quickly changed his stance and jumped back 10 feet away, putting on a defensive posture. He was going to win this time anyway, so there was no need to be too reckless and fall into his opponent's trap. But Yanggua was still standing there without moving. If it weren't for his clothes flapping in the wind, people would have thought that he was a statue standing there. Seeing that Gong Sun-ji had attacked with such ferocious momentum, but had suddenly retreated in a sorry state, the audience burst into laughter and jeers. "How can you be so timid when facing a cripple? Get off the stage, don't embarrass yourself." That's right, that's right. He clearly has one arm, but you are using 2 weapons at the same time. Aren't you bullying him? These people didn't necessarily have any friendship with Yanggua, but most of them didn't think well of the one-armed Yanggua. Their sympathy for the weak made them subconsciously speak up for Yanggua. Gong Sun-ji couldn't help but blush. He was annoyed at himself for being too cautious. His opponent had clearly lost an arm, and he didn't have any weapons. There was only a black thing that looked like a fire stick on his back. If he said it was a sword, he would probably make a fool out of himself. Being handsome is always an advantage. Even his smile is full of mockery. Look at the smile on Yanggua's face right now. It's very similar to those descriptions on the internet in my previous life. Gong Sun-ji probably can't hold it in anymore. Song Qingshu clicked his tongue as he watched, making the girls around him look at him strangely. Worried that he would feel inferior, Xingro comforted him with a blush. "Big brother Song, you're actually very handsome, no less than him." Song Qingshu blushed and said bashfully, "I'm really not as good as him." Huang Rong had also heard their quarrel. She looked at Song Qingshu meaningfully, not because of anything else, but because Song Qingshu's eyes were really sharp. As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Sun-ji let out a roar and closed the distance of 10 feet in an instant. The golden knife lightly touched Yanggua's severed arm, and the black sword fiercely chopped at the coiled leg. Shameless! Although Huang Rong hated Yanggua, she knew that he was a Grandmaster Realm cultivator, but his moves were so vicious. She knew he wasn't a good person. "One-eyed dragon, don't you have any shame?" the audience also yelled. But halfway through, a dragon's roar came from the stage, numbing everyone's eardrums. Yanggua unsheathed the heavy sword on his back. Without any other movements, he swung the heavy sword forward. Gong Sun-ji felt as if his hand was about to split open. He could no longer hold on to the golden saber and the black sword in his hands. The 2 weapons were sent flying into the distance. Gong Sun-ji felt as if he had been hit in the chest by a heavy hammer. He spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back several feet. However, no one paid any attention to his life or death. All their attention was on the 2 weapons that were sent flying because the golden saber and the black sword were whirling in the direction of Huang Rong and Guofu. Huang Rong's expression changed. The others might have thought it was an accident, but she knew that Yanggua had deliberately thrown the 2 weapons in her direction. Huang Rong didn't have the time to marvel at the fact that Gong Sun-ji had such precise control over his strength and direction while knocking away a top-notch expert's weapon. The 2 weapons were already in front of her. Huang Rong hurriedly took out the dog-beating stick and planned to use the tripping formula to disarm the weapons. However, when she thought about the power of the weapons, Huang Rong's face turned even paler. She didn't have the slightest confidence that she could disarm them unscathed, especially when she had to protect Fu. Today, at least one of the mother and daughter was going to die. Dragon capturing art. There were top-notch experts in the audience, but they were either too far away or had their own selfish thoughts. They didn't plan to help. Xiao Feng, on the other hand, didn't hesitate to make a move because of his friendship with the beggar clan. However, Xiao Feng was still far away from Huang Rong. The golden saber and the black sword contained the inner strength of Yanggua and Gong Sun-ji, and with the weight of the heavy sword, he didn't have the confidence to control the two weapons. He could only hope that the dragon-capturing art could slightly move the golden saber and the black sword a few inches to the side, and Huang Rong and her daughter would be able to escape. At this moment, Huang Rong's dog-beating stick also moved. In this critical moment, her move could be said to have gathered the essence of the dog-beating stick and displayed a level that was unprecedented in her life. Whether it was the timing or the angle, it was impeccable. She finally let out a sigh of relief. Although she was inevitably injured by the power of the golden saber and the black sword, she had saved her and Fu Er's lives. As long as the people of Shaolin, Wudong, and Chongyang Palace reacted, Yang Guo definitely wouldn't dare to brazenly attack them. Suddenly, Huang Rong's expression changed because she realized that her dog-beating stick had hit air. It turned out that Xiao Feng's dragon-capturing art just so happened to affect the trajectory of the golden saber and the black sword, moving them a few inches to the side. If Huang Rong and her daughter hadn't moved from their original position, the two weapons would have only slid past them without any real danger. Who would have thought that Huang Rong would coincidentally choose to use the dog-beating stick to deflect the force of the attack? Because the golden saber and the black sword were shifted, her dog-beating stick didn't hit. Also, because of Huang Rong's movement technique, it created a situation where she automatically moved toward the golden saber and the black sword that were being controlled by Xiao Feng's dragon-capturing art. Such a freak combination of factors made it seem as if Huang Rong and Xiao Feng had joined hands, causing her to fall into a situation of certain death. Chapter 459. Huang Rong's heart was also ice-cold. She could only blame her move just now for being too exquisite. The more exquisite a move was, the less room for change. She no longer had the ability to change her move. She could only watch as the golden saber and black sword in front of her grew larger and larger. Suddenly, Huang Rong felt her vision go dark. Her first reaction was that she had been hit, but after a while, she realized that Song Qing was blocking in front of her. Is he going to take this saber and sword for me? A thought flashed through Huang Rong's mind. Why is he willing to block the saber and sword for me? Song Qing did not have the leisure to care about what Huang Rong was thinking. Looking at the approaching golden saber and black sword, his expression was solemn as he stretched out his hands in front of him to block. The golden saber and black sword were about to cut his hands when they suddenly seemed to hit an invisible wall of qi. They stopped a few inches away from Song Qing's hands and stopped. The bodies of the saber and sword trembled violently as if they were enduring a tug-of-war between two huge forces. Qi into a wall. Xianqing was shocked. As the strongest person in the Shaolin Temple in 200 years, his knowledge was naturally far beyond that of ordinary people. There were many top masters in Jianghu who had protective technique. His unbreakable Vajra divine technique was one of the best. There was also the northern dark qi of the Carefree sect, the 9 yang qi of the Shaolin Temple, and so on. After cultivating, the true qi of the body would circulate freely. When attacked by an enemy, it would automatically protect the master, and some could even take the opportunity to counterattack the enemy. However, this protective true qi would only circulate in the master's meridians and would never flow out of the body. Even if there were some amazing people who had reached the peak of inner force and could slightly release their inner force, they could at most block the wind and rain. They could not deal with the attacks of martial arts masters, let alone the sharp saber that contained the inner force of two masters. Xianqing filtered through all the masters he knew and found that only the one in the scripture pavilion could do this. But how old was Song Qing? Xianqing didn't believe that his martial arts had reached that level. However, he quickly thought of Qing, who was surrounded by Xiantian's sword energy, and his expression suddenly turned ugly. He thought that Xiuzhu would be able to win the golden snake gathering with him by his side, but now it seemed like there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the world. Song Qing sensed that the strength of the golden saber and the black sword had been neutralized by him. He snorted coldly and opened his hands. The golden saber and the black sword seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. They broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Gong Sunji had just caught his breath when he raised his head and saw this scene. His face twitched and he spat out a mouthful of blood. All right. The crowd didn't care what Gong Sunji was thinking. When they saw Song Qing save Huang Rong in the nick of time, they all cheered. In most people's eyes, Song Qing shattering the golden saber and the black sword was already shocking and exciting enough, but those who could see the wall of qi could be counted with 2 hands. Without exception, all of them were silent with complicated expressions. Of course, there was one exception. Ah Qing clapped her hands and shouted happily, "Big Brother is so awesome! That's a bad guy. He's our enemy." Yuan Zi hurriedly reminded him angrily. After being fooled by Song Qing in the Amei sect last time, Yuan Zi didn't have a good impression of Song Qing. Moreover, after hearing the experience of senior brother Chen Jialuo and the exaggeration of Yu Ting and Wen Tailai of the Red Flower Society, Yuan Zi confirmed his impression of Song Qing. Why? Isn't he saving Huang Rong? Ah Qing asked curiously. Yuan Zi was speechless for a while. After a while, he finally thought of a reason that was not a reason. He has an ulterior motive for saving Huang Rong. He has bad intentions. What do you mean? Ah Qing continued to ask. He's a pervert. Thinking of the rumors in the Jianghu and what Wen Tailai said about what he had done to Luo Bing, Yuan Zi blurted out, "Gang leader Huang is a famous beauty in the Jianghu. He's just greedy for her beauty and wants to get close to her." Hearing this, Yuan Shishao couldn't help frowning and coughed heavily. "Zi, be careful with your words." It was not a big problem for Yuan Zi to say that to Song Qing. After all, judging from the information she got from the communication with Yu Ting and Chen Jialuo, it was not wrong to say that to Song Qing. However, when Yuan Zi mentioned Huang Rong, it was a bit unbearable. Huang Rong's prestige in the martial arts world of the Central Plains was so high, and the beggar gang had so many spies. If they were overheard by others, it would inevitably be another big trouble. Oh! Yuan Zi pouted gloomily and glared at Song Qing in the distance, venting her anger on him. However, Song Qing was not so sensitive that he knew what Yuan Zi was thinking from a distance. At this moment, he turned back to support Huang Rong, asking, "Gang leader Huang, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Huang Rong calmly pulled her hand out of Song Qing's hand and took a step back. When she was at a safe distance, she let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Thank you, Song Xiaoxia." Song Qing laughed and said in a voice that only Huang Rong and Huang Rong could hear, "I've saved you and your daughter today. Gang leader Huang, remember to owe me one." After saying that, he returned to his seat before Huang Rong could respond. Huang Rong looked a bit unnatural. She could always feel something strange from this young man's eyes, especially when he was holding 2 beauties on both sides. She thought he must be a playboy like Ouyang-ku. However, she didn't know why she felt disgusted when she saw Ouyang-ku in the past. Now she could guess what Song Qing was thinking about, but she didn't feel disgusted. Seeing that Song Qing had ruined his plan again, Yang Guo looked at him deeply, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Gong Sunji's weapon was knocked away by him in one move, and it was difficult for him to stand up now. The winner had been decided. Song Qing sighed inwardly. With Gong Sunji's cultivation, he shouldn't have been defeated so badly. The sword techniques in Jianghu usually focused on lightness and subtlety. Who would have thought that Yang Guo would be so ingenious as to practice a heavy sword without a sharp edge? If Gong Sunji had seen the power of the dark steel heavy sword in advance, he wouldn't have wanted to end the fight quickly and fought with Yang Guo head-on. With Gong Sunji's attainments in the golden saber and black sword, he might have been able to withstand hundreds of moves. Unfortunately, there was no if in this world. Jianghu was a place where the winner took all. Murong Fu was like that, and he would not be an exception. He was defeated by Yang Guo in one move, and his golden saber and black sword were destroyed in his own hands. The heartless Valley Master was destined to become a laughingstock in Jianghu. Chapter 460. Huang Rong was terrified. Over the years, she had been worrying about Xiangyang's defense and had almost forgotten that she was once a girl who longed for romance. She loved Brother Jing very much, but she had spent more than 10 years of her youth in Xiangyang, and she could foresee that she would spend the rest of her life in Xiangyang. Whenever she thought about it, she would always feel a little regretful. With Huang Rong's intelligence, she naturally understood that the southern Song dynasty was corrupt while the Mongolians were thriving. It was not hard to predict the final outcome. When Xiangyang City was breached with Brother Jing's personality, he would definitely commit suicide for his country. How could she live then? In the past, she avoided thinking in this direction, but today, for some reason, she suddenly realized that she could not control her thoughts. When she thought about everything that was destined to happen, a deep sense of helplessness rose in her heart. Huang Rong quickly shook her head and threw all her complicated emotions to the back of her mind. She comforted herself that it was only because she had never seen Song Qingshu in action and did not know his strength. After all, even with her martial arts, she was not confident that she could block a flying saber or sword. He was so young, so she subconsciously felt that he would not be able to block it either. Huang Rong's abnormal behavior just now had caused the people in the area to think that she was too shocked and did not think too much about it. Who would know what was going on in her heart? Everyone's attention was soon attracted by the two people facing each other on the stage. They stared at the two people on the stage. Unlike the other groups, there was always one person who was not famous, but the two people in the last group were famous people in the world of martial artists. There was no need to mention Duan Yanqing. He was the leader of the 4 great villains, the strongest player in Class 1 Hall of Western Xia, and a peerless villain who had dominated the world of martial artists for decades. There were also rumors that he was of the royal blood of Dali, and his one young finger was the strongest among the Duans in Dali. As for Ling Huchong, he was the most famous rising star of 5 mountain sword faction. His sword technique had reached perfection, and it was said that he had already surpassed his former master, noble sword Yu Buchuan, the sect leader of Mount Hua. Not long ago, he had also helped the former cult master of Sun Moon sect, Ren Wuxing, kill the publicly acknowledged strongest player in the underworld at Blackwood Cliff. He even had the chance to become the strongest in the world, Dongfang Bubi. During that fight, Ren Wuxing was blinded in one eye, but Ling Huchong was able to escape unscathed. Of course, what the people of Jianghu were most envious of was not his martial arts, but his ignorance. When he was still an ordinary disciple of the Mount Hua sect, he was able to gain the favor of the Sun Moon sect's young Miss Ren, and from then on, he had a meteoric rise. Although there were only a few people in the Jianghu who had seen Miss Ren's appearance, it wasn't that there were none. The news that spread out could confirm that Miss Ren was a beautiful girl who was as beautiful as a fairy. When Song Qingshu heard the group of martial artists in the distance intentionally lowering their voices to discuss the matter, he smiled in understanding. It seemed like no matter which era it was, gossiping was a person's natural instinct. Recalling the pair of smooth, jade-like calves in the Blackwood Cliff's bathtub, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously looked in the direction of the Sun Moon sect and happened to see Ren Yingying staring at him. He couldn't help but smile at her. After the initial panic, Ren Yingying couldn't help but glare at him fiercely. The flirting between the two didn't escape Zhou Jirua's eyes. Zhou Jirua smiled coldly. I really didn't know you were so capable before. You actually managed to hook up with the evil cult's young Mississippi. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. Don't make it sound so bad. We've only met a few times, not even a nodding acquaintance. Thinking of how Ren Yingying would want to kill him every time she saw him, Song Qingshu felt that he wasn't lying. Ren Yingying doesn't count as a nodding acquaintance, but what about gang leader Huang and Miss Guo? Zhu Yingying also interrupted. You saved the mother and daughter in a row, they are very grateful to you. Feeling the jealousy in the air, Song Qingshu quickly said seriously. Hero Guo and gang leader Huang have been guarding Xiangyang and protecting the Han people for many years. How can I sit back and watch them get hurt in front of me? Humph. Zhou Zhiro mercilessly exposed his lie. Then why did you put your hand on her waist just now? You also took the opportunity to hold heroine Huang's hand. Unexpectedly, Xingro saw it clearly and couldn't help but join in the condemnation. It was just a mistake. Song Qingshu repeatedly begged for mercy. Hurry up and start the game. They're already fighting. Mom, who do you think will win? After all, Guofu was still a young girl. Once the scar healed, she would forget the pain. She quickly put aside the danger and watched the competition with relish. Huh! Huang Rong blushed as if she was in a daze. It turned out that she had been eavesdropping on the conversation between Song Qingshu and the others. Although they deliberately lowered their voices, they weren't far from each other, and Huang Rong used her power to eavesdrop and heard most of their conversation. Huang Rong didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she became the object of the jealousy of the women. After all, both Zhou Zhirua and Zhu Yingying were extremely beautiful girls, and even Zheng Ro was cute and lovely. Her children were already grown up, but they were still jealous of her, which was the best affirmation of her charm. Mom, what's wrong? Why do you look so distracted? Guofu looked at her strangely. If only I were as carefree as you, Huang Rong thought to herself and quickly answered. Nothing, I'm just thinking about something. Mom, who do you think will win? Guofu asked while eating melon seeds. They both have their own strength. It's really hard to judge. Huang Rong answered absent-mindedly, glancing at Song Qingshu from time to time. All kinds of thoughts came to her mind, and she didn't even know what she was thinking about. On the other side, Zhou Zhirua was also discussing the same issue with Song Qingshu. I remember you said that Ling Huchong was seriously injured during the battle at Blackwood Cliff and has been bedridden ever since? Song Qingshu frowned and thought, now the Sun Moon sect is under the control of Zhang Wuji, and Zhang Wuji is the divine physician of apricot spirits. I guess he cured Ling Huchong's injury, and this time he plans to use Ling Huchong to take over the Golden Snake Camp. In that case, it can be said that Zhang Wuji controls half of the martial arts world. Zhou Zhirua corrected him with dissatisfaction. It's venerated Ming, not Zhang Wuji. As soon as her voice fell, her heart thumped, afraid that it would cause Song Qingshu to misunderstand. Unexpectedly, Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Actually, whether it's Zhang Wuji or venerated Ming, it doesn't make a difference to me. In any case, they'll both be my enemies. Zhou Zhirua's face turned red. She knew that the opposition between the two was largely because of her. This time, Zhang Wuji is seriously injured and can't take command here. If Ling Huchong really succeeds in winning, then Ren Wuxing will take the opportunity to send his trusted aides to control the Golden Snake Camp. Perhaps then, he will have enough capital to break free from Zhang Wuji's control. Song Qingshu continued to analyze. The current situation was getting more and more interesting. Chapter 461. But with the strength shown by the previous contestants, I'm afraid it will be difficult for Ling Huchong to win. But his swordsmanship is really exquisite. Zhu Yu praised as she watched the fight. This is the 9 strategies beyond the swords. Song Qingshu explained Ling Huchong's moves to the two girls while watching. Although Song Qingshu had never learned the 9 strategies beyond the swords, he knew the principle and the general composition of the 9 strategies beyond the swords from the movies and television works in his previous life. Coupled with his current attainments in swordsmanship, it was not difficult for him to see through Ling Huchong's 9 strategies beyond the swords, which was still lacking. Huang Rong, who had been watching, could not help but be shocked. Song Qingshu's every evaluation was extremely accurate. Song Qingshu could even point out in advance what Ling Huchang's next move would be, how Duan Yanqing would snatch it, and what Ling Huchang's subsequent hidden killer move would be. After dozens of moves, all of Ling Huchang's and Duan Yanqing's movements seemed to follow Song Qingshu's instructions. Huang Rong was suddenly full of curiosity about this young man. What kind of person was he? How could he reach such a realm at such a young age? When Brother Jing was at this age, his martial arts skills were far inferior to his. No wonder so many fairy-like girls were willing to surround him at the same time. Huang Rong's face suddenly turned red, and she could not help but secretly spit. What was she thinking? On the other side, Song Qingshu naturally did not know that he was being compared with Guo Jing by Huang Rong. He was thinking about something else. This Ling Huchong is indeed a martial arts genius. Although he has not been exposed to the 9 strategies beyond the swords for a long time, he can already create his own style. If he is given another 10 years, his realm will probably surpass Feng Qingyang's. Song Qingshu sighed with emotion. If Ling Huchong had not chosen to fight steadily because of Duan Yanqing's one yang finger, he would have already won by now. On the stage, Duan Yanqing also smiled bitterly in his heart. After witnessing the heaven-defying battle strength displayed by those contestants, he had long understood that he would not be able to participate in this Golden Snake meeting. However, years of suffering had long tempered his unswerving character. He would never give up unless he had no other choice. However, he did not expect that his first opponent would make him so miserable. Aside from the single sun finger, Duan Yanqing's attainments in swordsmanship were also very high. After all, the Duan family's swordsmanship was famous in the martial arts world. However, after witnessing Ling Huchang's swordsmanship, he finally understood that there was always someone better out there. Ling Huchang's sword moves emerged one after another. Each variation was something Duan Yanqing had never seen before. Relying on his rich experience and profound martial arts skill, Duan Yanqing was able to neutralize each and every one of Ling Huchang's sword moves. However, after more than 40 stances, Duan Yanqing's movements were already somewhat sluggish. He slowly transferred his internal energy to the iron staff, and when he made his move, there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. It turned out that Duan Yanqing knew that he had lost in terms of moves, so he played to his strengths and avoided his weaknesses, striving to win with his internal energy. Duan Yanqing carried a blood feud. For the past few decades, except for the spring equinox he had with the Goddess of Mercy under the Bodhi tree when he was fleeing from Dali, he had not been close to a woman in the past few decades. He concentrated on cultivating his internal energy. Now, with the strength of his internal energy, except for some famous grandmasters, he thought he would not lose to anyone. Of course, that abnormal Song Qingshu was an exception. Duan Yanqing saw that Ling Huchang's swordsmanship was light and agile. It was more than exquisite, but slightly lacking in force. Duan Yanqing quickly guessed that Ling Huchang's internal energy might be his shortcoming. At his age, how many years of internal energy could he have? Moreover, this person was favored by the evil sex Saintess. He had long heard that the Sun-Moon sex Miss Ren was a peerless beauty, and Ling Huchong was hot-blooded, indulging in love and gentleness. Naturally, his vitality would be greatly damaged. Duan Yanqing was more certain of his judgment. But if Duan Yanqing knew Song Qingshu's cultivation method, would he die of anger? After several clashes of weapons, Ling Huchong's hand was shaken to the point of numbness. Soon, he understood Duan Yanqing's plan. His heart stirred. He used the absorbing stars chant and waved his sword to meet Duan Yanqing's iron staff. Not long after taking advantage of the first few times, Duan Yanqing's expression suddenly changed. Because every time their weapons clashed, he found that the strength in his iron staff disappeared without a trace, like a clay ox entering the sea. At first, he did not take it seriously, only thinking that his opponent had used some exquisite move to dissolve the internal energy in his weapon. Who knew that after a dozen more moves, he felt that the internal energy in his dantian was somewhat out of control, faintly showing signs of bursting out. Duan Yanqing's expression changed greatly. Absorbing stars. His first reaction was to use the dissipation skill. After all, he and Ding Chuanxiu were considered acquaintances. But then he remembered that Ling Huchong and Ding Chuanxiu had no relationship at all, and he had never heard of Ding Chuanxiu passing on the dissipation skill to him. Who could it be? Naturally, it could only be the absorbing stars, the head teacher of the Sun Moon Church, who was famous for. Duan Yanqing did not expect that the old devil would pass on his special skill to him. He could not help but smile bitterly. He hurriedly waved 3 moves and jumped out of the fighting ring while Ling Huchong was defending. He waved his hand and said, "There's no need to fight. This old man admits defeat." Although Duan Yanqing was tough, he was not a fool. He knew that he could not compete with his moves, nor could he compete with his internal energy. If he continued to fight, he might lose the power he had painstakingly cultivated for a lifetime. That would be like going for wool and coming home shorn. Therefore, Duan Yanqing made a prompt decision and hurriedly admitted defeat. "Thank you for letting me win." With Ling Huchong's humble temperament, he wanted to say a few polite words to save some face for his senior. But when he thought of Duan Yanqing's reputation as a villain, he was unhappy and swallowed his words of comfort. "Brother Chong, you're amazing." When Ling Huchong returned to his seat, Ren Yingying could not help but smile sweetly. "Brother Chong, you're amazing." When Ling Huchong returned to his seat, Ren Yingying could not help but smile sweetly. Looking at Ren Yingying's curved eyes, Ling Huchong knew that she was happy from the bottom of her heart. He could not help but feel happy. He did not know when it started, but Ren Yingying's eyes always hid a sense of melancholy and bitterness. Ling Huchong asked her several times, but she shook her head and did not say anything. When he asked too much, Ren Yingying would even shed tears. Ling Huchong knew that Ren Yingying was shy and did not dare to push her too much, so he did not continue to ask. He subconsciously thought that it was about the Sun-Moon sect being nibbled away by the Ming dynasty. Therefore, he had been helping Ren Yingying and her father in this aspect. Ren Yingying saw it and knew that he had misunderstood, but she could not explain the real reason to Ling Huchong. If Ren Yingying did not say it, no matter how imaginative Ling Huchong was, he would not have imagined that the evil sect's holy nun, who made countless people in Jianghu tremble with fear, would actually be bullied by a man in her boudoir. After a day of competition, the sky had gradually darkened. Huang Rong reascended the arena and announced that the second round of competition would be held the next morning. Then, she confirmed the opponent for the second round. When she read out Song Qingshu's name, for some reason, there was a trace of unnaturalness in her tone. Ouyang Feng, who was watching all of this from afar, was keenly aware of all this. A trace of a strange smile appeared on his weathered face. "You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.